Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first episode. I guess we'll call this Unskippable Cutscene, where we sit down and we just shoot the shit about video games. And today I've been wanting to do one of these things for quite some time, and that is the Mass Effect Companions, and we're going to rank them. As you can see right here, we got BFF, Neutral, Boring, Trash, and Death. And basically, for that to be put out there is the characters that we don't like and the characters we want dead at the very bottom will satisfy for trash and death. And joining me are two really big Mass Effect fans. First off, we'll start off with my co-host on the bottom, fellow Mass Effect fan who actually did a podcast with me about Mass Effect not too long ago, and that is Mr. Nerdy Neo. How are you doing, sir?
Doing good. Always happy to talk video games and even more happy to talk Mass Effect. So I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be fun.
Yes, indeed, indeed. And also joining me, the original co-host of the RNG podcast, and one of my buddies that we met from the Rumble days, Mr. JM. How are you, buddy?
You always have to mention Rumble when I'm around.
We gotta.
Hello.
It's like our Vietnam, you know?
I wouldn't put it that drastically, but yes, it was quite cringe and painful.
I would say how we left was like how we left Vietnam. We were pushing helicopters off buildings and everything else, getting shotgun marriages for citizenship. We were out of there.
Yeah. Never gets old.
Never does get old. And speaking of never gets old, Mass Effect. Mass Effect is one of my favorite video game franchises of all time. One of the very first Xbox 360 games I played. I bought this with BioShock back in the day when they launched, and let me tell you something, this game has touched my life in many, many ways. Mass Effect 2 is my favorite video game of all time, and of course, I have met many friends along the way who also love it. And I kind of know Neo's story with it, so let's hear your story, Jam. How did you get into Mass Effect?
So if I remember correctly, I borrowed it at first from my friend because I heard quite a few good things about it, and it was the first game, and I fell in love with it, and I played as much as I could because obviously being a broke teenager, I didn't have access to like the DLC missions and everything, but I would just borrow those the first two games from my friends, and I just ran through like as much of those games as I possibly could, making sure that I made all the right choices so, my friends wouldn't die. It was honestly one of the first games where I honestly like really cared about making sure that everyone survived, outside of, Vermeer, because you don't have a choice there.
Spoilers.
Oh, hush you! It's what is it? A 15-year-old game?
It's
like,
old enough to vote.
Yeah,
There you go.
it's an old game, but it's honestly, in my opinion, one of the few sci-fi stories that I actually get into, because I'm not a big sci-fi guy at all. I much prefer fantasy to it, and for some reason, this is one of the few properties that actually like kind of spoke to me and made me go, maybe I actually need to give this genre more of a chance.
Very nice, very nice. Neo, how about yourself? Why don't you tell us a little bit what got you into this franchise and so on and so forth?
Yeah. So something that Jan just mentioned, that this was, I think you said this was your first. Did you say it was your first RPG?
It was not my first RPG. Like, obviously those would be like Pokemon and the other ones, but this is the first like major like sci-fi RPG that I ever played.
Okay. Yeah, same for me. Most people who hear me talk, I was never into RPGs for the longest time because in my headcanon, RPGs were, I only knew JRPGs. I didn't know that there were other RPGs that were not JRPGs. I'm not a fan of JRPGs. So the first RPG I ever played was Oblivion, which came out the year before Mass Effect. So I just realized that Mass Effect might have been actually only the second RPG I ever played. But I'm the opposite of JM in that like 99 out of 100 times I'll take sci-fi over fantasy pretty much any day of the week. Although the main counter to that point is speaking of Oblivion, because Bethesda has their fantasy settings, series, which is the Elder Scrolls. They got their sci-fi, their Fallout. I like them both, but I would actually take Elder Scrolls over Fallout. But in pretty much any other situation, I'll take sci-fi any day of the week. I'm a huge sci-fi fan. I grew up, Star Wars is like one of my favorite things ever. I love like Halo, and like I said, Oblivion came out the year before Mass Effect, and that was my first experience to RPGs, and I fell in love with Oblivion. So when I heard about, there's going to be like a sci-fi RPG with guns and, space lasers and aliens and stuff, I'm like, sign me the F up. I followed the development. It's not the closest game I followed development, but I follow the development pretty closely, and I read the Mass Effect Revelations book, which is a prequel to the first game. It takes place about 20 years before the game does. And that might be one of my most read books of all time. I think I've read that book like 5 or 6 times. I've read all the ones after only once each. We're not going to talk about the fourth one because that one is terrible. But the first 3, all written by Drew Karpyshyn, and he's probably one of my favorite authors, are all fantastic. But when I found out, space RPG, I could not wait for it. My goal was to play through with all 6 classes. I think I did that on Mass Effect 1. I was going to do that for Mass Effects 2 and 3. I don't think I ever did it all 6 classes on all 3 of the games, especially with Mass Effect 3s, because it's really hard to not play as a biotic character because I love the biotics so much. But, like I said, a huge fan of Star Wars, and biotics is basically Mass Effect's version of the Force. And so, but more grounded in that was another thing I really loved about Mass Effect is it takes place, like Star Wars takes place in a galaxy far, far away, but Mass Effect takes place here in our galaxy on doesn't take place a whole lot on Earth, but it takes place in our actual real world in like 150 years. I think it starts out in 2150 or 2160 something. I forget the timeline, but it was cool seeing everything take place in like our real world, just accelerated timeline, a couple hundred years. And, the Force, robotics, essentially force powers and guns, like I was all for it. So I fell in love with it. And I often talk about 2007, the best year in gaming of all time. And this is my favorite game that came out that year and spawned my favorite franchise of all time, Mass Effect, and Mass Effect 3 being my very favorite game of all time. So I cannot say enough good things about Mass Effect. And I am also, I have to preface this up front before all the tomatoes get thrown at me as we get into it. I am a defender of Andromeda in that it's not as bad as everyone said. I'm not going to say it's great, but it's not as bad as everyone gave it. It didn't deserve as much crap as it got.
I know. She said my face is tired.
Yes, like I said, it's not great, but it has arguably the best combat in the franchise.
I will give you that.
I will stand on that as well. It's just everything else about that game is not great.
The only cool part is you can romance a female Turian, and I guess that's about it for me.
She's like the only bearable character in that cast of just absolute deranged half-wits.
you didn't I'm gonna shoot him again in the head or something. The British black guy just with his incredibly bad one-liners.
This guy, Liam.
First off, his name is Liam, so that's already bad enough as it is.
What was I just gonna say?
But I'm more fascinated by the fact that your favorite Mass Effect is 3. Like that's a rare opinion.
Not just my favorite Mass Effect; it's my favorite game of all time.
That's interesting. It's my least favorite, but not by a wide margin. Like I don't shit on the game the way that
all 3
everyone
games
else
are
does.
fantastic. So,
I do have problems with it.
I think everyone has like a problem with something. My favorite game is Mass Effect 2 of all time, and people just tell me it's Expendables in space. So I understand.
I I will say the multiplayer is underrated. I need
Yep.
to play that again.
I was gonna say, yeah, you should join us for Mass Effect multiplayer 3 nights sometimes, man.
I still regularly play it a couple times a month.
Yeah, we usually do it Friday night, right? That's usually when we do it.
Oh yeah, just for fun. And then I usually do once a month. I do Mass Effect Monday.
Neil, you're in charge of this little list here since you did the kindness of putting this together, and I appreciate you for that.
No problem.
You get to choose the order, who we talk about, and who we decide if we love them or hate them.
Say it's your show, so you tell me which one you want to do, and I'll just I'll just run the board.
I'll let you go first, though. You put the effort into this.
Okay, I didn't put them in any specific order, so I just kind of typed them out off the top of my head, and then I realized that I missed some, and so those ones, so I added them later, and it actually reordered them. So this is close to the order that I added them in, but it's actually different. I think no, I was going to say it's alphabetical, but no, it's not alphabetical either. I'm not sure what order they're in, but I didn't have any preconceived notions of what order we were going to do them in. So either thing would just be start from the top and work our way top left to the bottom right.
I say we just go in order of what's here.
So yeah, so this is in no particular order.
All right, cool. So fire off. Who you want to start with?
All right, so we'll just start with Ashley here.
We're going to get the controversy out of the way early.
My vote would be neutral. I find Ashley to be honestly a little bit, she's not my favorite by any means, but I feel like she gets too much bullshit because of like her initial initial forms of rampant xenophobia, which, by the way, so many other companions in this game have, but they just really focus particularly on her. And I find her backstory very interesting, especially with her kind of desire to prove herself because of the controversies surrounding her family. And she gets significantly better in 3. I will say that's one of the kind of crowning achievements of Mass Effect 3 is giving her kind of a more personalized touch, as opposed to like 1 where it kind of felt a little clinical, where we're kind of just trying to get into the weeds of a character's backstory, and it just feels more like a PowerPoint presentation at points.
Yeah, so can I kind of just cut you off for a second there?
Absolutely.
What he means by that is they gave her actual human titties over orangutan titties from the first 2 games. Because let me tell you something. Her original body model was based off orangutans. I'm convinced by that.
When she first showed up at the beginning of Mass Effect 3, I'm like, who is that? She's hot. And then it's like, oh, that's Ashley. So they did definitely give her a physical makeover that was, I wouldn't say it was much needed, but it was much enjoyed.
They didn't make her look frumpy. She was very frumpy in the first 2 games. It kind of fit with the vibe I think a lot of people gave her too, where she had like this really frumpy looking body and bitchy attitude. And on top of that, like you were saying, JM, where like people kind of like dump all their like, my uncle at Thanksgivings are racist, and so Ashley must be a racist too, right?
Yeah. I also feel like Mass Effect 2 didn't do her any particular favors because she came off as astronomically bitchy in that like 1 scene you get with her.
Yeah.
And it's one of those like classic, if you would let me explain, and then she just like fucking trauma dumps on you and tells you to go fuck yourself, and you're like, bitch, I died Can you give me a break?
Can I like counterpoint something here too? So
Yeah.
spoilers if you haven't played this game, and if you haven't played this game, why the fuck are you here?
Good question.
So like you were saying, like Ashley Williams to me is like the character I have to defend because so many people do not like her, or they like go with like, oh, she's racist and based. Ashley Williams backstory, like you said, she has to prove herself to so many people because if you don't know Mass Effect lore, there was this thing called the First Contact War, and it was between humans and Turians, and we will talk about the Turians more later. And the Turians are a very military society. They kind of are like a little bit like the Space Spartans. They value military service, they value honor and tradition and everything else like that. So, like in the lore, the First Contact War was a war according to the humans, but to the Turians, it was seen as like incident at relay, whatever.
Yeah, it was like a skirmish.
It was a minor inconvenience. And Ashley's grandfather was the first human to surrender to aliens, and she is blackballed basically in terms of military service. She is permanently like stuck at grunt levels, and she can't really advance that much because there is still this rapid stigma around her family. And a lot of people just go like, oh, her whole racism, like view of the world, her over the top xenophobia and stuff like that. Like a lot of people just go like, oh, she just hates aliens. It's like, well, no, there's a reason for it. Like that, Turians have like basically ruined her future before she was born, even because you know she's got that dishonor stank on her because of just her last name alone. And I do find that like her character gets a lot better. And the reason why, like JM was just talking about, the one interaction you have with her, she even goes like, I may not be a fan of aliens, but I'm not going to work with Cerberus. And Cerberus at the time is considered to be like an actual terrorist organization that wants to advance like human cause and only human cause as
above
well.
all else.
Yeah. So we already know that Ashley is not exactly like over the top, like I'm gonna wear a clan hood and just light all the aliens on fire. And even if like, because I've played this game so much, like you have so many romance options with her and other squad mates. Like if you like, bail out on her after a certain point in time, she goes like, well, like say Tally's like a sister to me and stuff. Like that doesn't sound like somebody who hates aliens uncontrollably would say to you that like, yeah, it's okay, I understand.
Yeah, it's it's like obviously it doesn't like her original opinions of aliens is obviously it's shit, but there's a strong reason behind it outside of I hate aliens. It's based in the history of her family.
Mm-hmm.
And and as her character grows, she realizes that her original opinions were kind of really fucking retarded, and she grows as a person, and she connects with the aliens on your ship, with particular attention to like the ones from the first game, Liara, Garrus, and Tally.
Mm-hmm.
And you know and a lot, and that's it's kind of extrapolated onto her kind of opinions on how and how she kind of operates in the world, because she makes a particular note that to you when you talk to her, that humans should solve human problems,
Right.
and she was originally distrusting because of that original bigotry on her part that she had based on her family. But as the problem got bigger and bigger, and she realized that it's not just a human problem anymore, and her personal connections is that she grows into, a genuinely good person and a genuine leader later down the line, where she puts her life on the line for the council in 3.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, depending on your choices, they can be either entirely human, or they can be, a wide mix of council races.
Right.
And regardless of the situation, she puts her life on the line for it. And I don't know about you, but I don't know many races that would put their life on the line for races they don't like.
Right.
So it
Like I said, I think her character is like it's like Remember the Titans. She just has like this whole fumble around with it. She's military. Obviously, when you're in the military and you're going to be more high alert, especially with just like the whole point you meet her is right after Eden Prime, and they just got attacked by giant robot aliens from outer space.
yeah.
So
And
like it just kind of plays into her like paranoia and her just upbringing and everything a lot more too. I wouldn't call her racist. I call her ignorant and also
that's probably a
firm in
better
her
word.
beliefs.
Yeah, and I will say that she's a complicated character, and I believe that honestly she's probably one of the most like I know she's a human, but she's one of the most humanized of the characters, because she has kind of complex feelings and opinions and growth throughout the entire series.
Yeah. Like I said, a lot of people I think underrate her as a
Yes.
character. I think neutral is a good way to put her because I don't hate her. I would never say that she's boring. I would never. I know a lot of people would be like, kill her, leave her on Vermeer to die. She's a racist, and I hate seeing that. Like it actually triggers the shit out of me when I see people say that. Like it actually does, and I really hate when people kind of also do the whole like, yeah, she's so base, bro. She's base, and I fucking want to
God,
just
that's so
strangle them
cringe.
too. Like
So fucking stupid.
it's like I said, it's because I love this game, I love this series, and Ashley, she's an OG member. She is member number 3 technically of your squad mates that you meet. And like I've romanced her through a few playthroughs. She's got a very old soul about her too. She loves poetry. She likes all this writing stuff like that. She's very family oriented as well. Her dad passed away, and she's kind of taking care of her sisters. It's actually part of her growth as a character. You actually meet her other sister as well, and like I said, it's just like these people. I like sometimes I wonder is like, did you just like instantly get turned off by Ashley's comments, and you never tried to like sit down and try alternate playthroughs? Because that's the only thing I can really think about here.
It's it's the wonders of like the first impression kind of conundrum, where if somebody gives you a bad impression at first, it's like that's all they are and that's all they ever can be.
Mm-hmm.
uh and that's it's a real shame, because you should give all of these characters a chance, because I am not a defender of Andromeda like Neo is. I do not like that game. But I gave all of those characters a genuine chance, and you know I was left wanting by many of them, but some of them you know I actually have a soft spot for. So it's it, getting the whole picture of a character is very important, and and I think that Ashley is underrated. uh she's not a character I would actually use in squad combat, because I just think the generalized soldier class is kind of jack of all trades, master of none.
Mm-hmm.
And and obviously gameplay wise, it's better in my opinion to have more specialized companions just to cover your weaknesses, or you can just do what I did in the first, like in the first game, and just go, I like this person, I like this person, let's go have fun.
Exactly. Neo, we've been kind of talking too much. How about you? Get your thoughts in here. Do you think neutral is a good place for Ashley?
Yeah, that's where I would put her as well. Carl and I have talked about Ashley at length before on other streams, so we're very, very same wavelength when it comes to Ashley, and that she's probably, in my opinion, the most what's the term?
Misunderstood.
Unappreciated.
Yes, thank you. The most misunderstood character in probably the whole franchise, because she does have a great character arc if you see it from beginning to end. So I do like her a lot. And touching on what JM said, for me, when I was playing Mass Effect 1, I didn't pick characters based on their personalities, like for taking them into combat. In Mass Effect 1, they had the little bar at the bottom. And because there's the dedicated classes with soldier, which is all firearms, and there was like the tech, which is all tech. I think that was Tally, and then there's the all biotics. And if that was a squad mate in Mass Effect 1, that'd be Liara. But my first playthrough, the first time I played the Mass Effect 1, I played as an adept because I wanted dedicated essential Mass Effect force powers. So I chose, and I always wanted to get the bars to be as close to even as possible. So since I was a dedicated biotic, I wanted a dedicated soldier, so I had Ashley, and I wanted a dedicated tech, so I had Tally. So that was just going off of the way I think. I'm almost positive that would have been my squad mate build for my very first playthrough. That was, I bought this game day one on back in 2007, so I don't know if for certain that's what I would have done, but just knowing myself, that's probably what I would have done. So she probably would have been with me through the whole playthrough on my very first playthrough. Just briefly touching back on the first Contact War, I did pull it up on the Mass Effect wiki. It was Relay 314.
Thank you.
And it was a 3-month low-intensity conflict between the humans and the Turians. So, yeah, the Turians, it was like a little skirmish, but for humans, it was the first time they ever encountered extraterrestrials, so it was kind of a big event for them. But, yeah, I like Ashley. She's not quite good enough to be in BFF, but I do think that she's close to it. So yeah, neutral is exactly where I would put her as well.
All right. Yeah, like I said, we've talked about it many times before with Ashley. I've been many passionate rants, and I even think I taught you a little bit about her backstory when we first talked about it, right?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, because we started talking about it one time. I think it might have been after a stream. Because someone was saying, they hated Ashley just because, the rampant xenophobia. It's like, well, yes, there was, but there was a reason for it. And you see her grow through the games and kind of see her overcome that and become friends with these aliens.
Exactly.
So she's got a great character arc, probably arguably one of the best ones as well.
Definitely an underrated squad mate, but there are better. That's the thing about it is there is better. And let's go with the next one there, Neo. Who we got?
So I just rearranged it a little bit because it's like, we're starting with the very beginning of Mass Effect 1. We should probably start with the very first squad mate you ever have and lasts all of 30 seconds. We got Private Richard. I'm pretty sure it was Richard Jenkins.
Mr. Richard Jenkins. You know what?
Richard L. Jenkins.
We'll put him in the death tier.
Don't I will hear no Jenkins slander. No, he is my bro. He was the only person who was just actually happy to be here. Like
Neo,
all these people are creatures of circumstance. He's like, I want to help. It made me so happy, and then he just got dusted.
Neo, you're the tiebreaker. Where do we put him?
We got two ends of the spectrum, so it'd be very fitting for me to say it right in the middle of boring.
No, you motherfucker.
Boring it is.
But I like him. For all 10 seconds that he lasts. The thing that just annoyed the bejesus out of me is that, the very first scene, they're like, these couple of little itty bitty Geth droids come around the corner and they're like, oh, it tore right through his shields and never stood a chance. Well, then why the heck did any of the rest of us stand a chance?
Yeah, that just means that he deserved to die. That's how I look at it.
Lovable dumbass. How
he
dare
did
you?
not have plot armor, unfortunately.
No, his plot armor was paper.
Like, I understand, his character was literally designed to just, explain that this is an actual threat. to your life and to the fate of the galaxy, with the Geth. And but he was so fun. Like I was like, oh no, my boy, he died. He was so funny because he was just so happy to be there, just like a nice, like unjaded, like fresh recruit who was like, I'm here to help. It's like, I want to be of use to you. I'm like, oh, thank God, somebody who actually wants to help and is not here because they have to be.
His character is the dumb hayseed who just wants to leave and then ends up in space Vietnam. You know,
Yep.
that's
Like,
what his character is.
He wants the adventure, and unfortunately, he got it very quickly.
He died
in
on
the
his
work
homeworld
process.
too. That's the funny part.
Oh, he's from Eden Prime?
Yeah,
I did not realize that.
yeah.
Oh,
'cause-
I've got him pulled up on Mass Effect Wiki. Yep, he was born in the rural district of Eden Prime. I did not know that.
yeah, it's like one of the first things you do when you can talk to these characters. You can ask him about Eden Prime and everywhere like that. I like being Dick Shepherd and just being a dick to Jenkins the entire
Oh,
time.
how
Just
dare
bully
you?
him.
Just bully him.
Oh,
He's like, "Hey man, you were out there during the Blitz," and you're like, "Shut the fuck up, you fucking hayseed. You don't know what it's like. Why would you be happy about that? I survived a Thresher Maul attack and watched my friends die. Oh yeah, that's so fun, right? Fucking Jenkins."
I can't bully him. Just like everyone punches the reporter in the face every chance they get, I can't bully Jenkins. I can't do it.
I get that. He's
He's
a lovable
that
oaf.
lovable dope. I can't do it.
See, it's better the first time because you don't know he's going to die. But afterwards, you kind of grow cold about it after the 63rd playthrough. You're like, I'm just going to be mean to him.
I can't do it. I can't do it. It's like a golden retriever. I can't do it.
That is a very good analogy. I would say that's pretty accurate.
Boo, both of you with your compassion. He's a big, stupid jellyfish. That's how you guys be. You got to be heartless shepherd.
I should
God,
put Blasto on here, even though he's not
Fucking
actually a squad mate.
Blasto.
That's fucking great. Blasto, jellyfish sting. This one's going to shoot you now. I don't think we have too much more to say about Jenkins.
No,
He's just
I got
kinda... Gone.
I got nothing to say about him anymore because as much as I like him, it's less of a character essay and more of like a basic D&D character sheet where it's just kind of just there.
He's just a LARP right now. We threw him on here because why not? Got to give him some respect. Rest in peace, Jenkins. You will be missed.
Totally off topic, but there was for anyone who watches How I Met Your Mother, there was an episode about a character named Jenkins, and the whole time they just called Jenkins the whole time for reasons. If you ever see the episode, and every time they said Jenkins, this is who I thought of, not the character in that episode of How I Met Your Mother.
I just think of Leroy Jenkins. I think that's the
there's
problem
that too.
It's like he's so forgettable that there's even a more popular Jenkins as a last name.
So.
All right, next up, there, Neo. Who we got?
All right, so we got the very first squad mate you have, and actually stays with you for more than the first 30 seconds of the game. We got Caden Alenko, who is from Leafland.
Dead.
He's the Canadian of the.
Kill him.
So we got a vote for death.
I got death.
I'll let you be the tiebreaker, Neo. I'll put him in trash. Because I don't want him to die, but the problem is that, you know, obviously in Vermeer you have a choice, leave him or leave Ashley, and I'm like, it's like as little as I care about like Ashley in comparison with the other, you know, Mass Effect 1 companions, I still like her a lot more than I like Caden, because
agreed.
Caden, unfortunately, he has the emotional range of a 2x4.
He's a Canadian. Just say it. He's a Canadian. That's the fucking problem.
And, you know, it's really sad, but he has like he has a really kind of really sad backstory, and he had it like, and it's a very interesting backstory. But the problem is that his delivery of that that backstory is so boring and so dry and monotone for the vast majority of it. It comes off less of a like an emotional kind of you know reaching out to you as a friend, and it feels more like whinging. And i and i hate that, because I want to feel for this character and I want to connect with the character, but holy crap, talking to him is a slog.
It is
And Mass Effect
incredibly boring.
3 does not help.
No.
It yeah, it's like it I do find it interesting that they like made this character bi in 3, which I
I was gonna
found
say something about that.
really
Yeah,
I
they
found
did
that
do
really amusing, because I'm like, look, if I'm gonna make male shepherd gay, I'm just gonna choose the fuck boy who drives the taxi, because
Oh, Steve
he's
Cortez.
he's at least interesting.
Steve.
And like at least his flirting is funny, because we all watch all of the the companion stuff on YouTube of the companions that we miss,
Yeah.
because this game is so good that you don't want to miss any bits of it, and you just have to when you actually play it. But I watched like the Cortez and male shepherd like romance, and it was the most awkward, hilarious shit I have ever seen in my life.
I'm not
And
sure
I'm
I've ever
like,
seen that one.
oh, it's
Oh,
really
it's
funny.
funny.
It's funny as fuck.
It is so funny. Like it almost borderlines homophobic. That's how funny it is.
And I'm like, look, if I'm gonna make my character gay, he's the one I'm going for, not this guy. This guy is just I can't I can't stand him, and I hate it, because I think you guys would probably agree with me, is that there's an interesting character there. It's just not coming out.
Neo, where do you settle on this tiebreaker with him?
So I got to ask you both something, because I believe that you're both big fans of this game I'm about to mention.
KOTOR.
Yes, KOTOR. JM, are you a fan of KOTOR?
I've only played like 3 hours of it, so
Oh, you've not actually played it. Okay, well then that answers that
I'll say
question. So I guess this would be directed to you, Carl, because a lot of people, I would say he kind of had a bad rap going into it, because the same voice actor voiced Karth in KOTOR, and a lot of people didn't like Karth, so a lot of people automatically didn't like Caden. Would you say that applies, or would you say that you're coming into this just taking into account Caden and not Karth?
So I like Karth. I guess I'm in the minority about that one.
Okay.
I understand Karth's journey and his pain, and I've played KOTOR just a lot of times. So for me, I was actually excited that they brought him back. And then I met Caden, and then I'm like, I would rather just just Jihad Canada, because they produced one of the most boring characters to represent Canadians in fucking media. Dude, this guy is boring. He has like a cool backstory where he like killed a guy because he broke a girl's arm that he liked as a kid.
Was it Rana?
So like, yeah, so like that's cool. And then after that, it's like that's it. He had like the one time it's like he like killed a man and then regretted it ever since, and it's just been like a giant like pussy. Like everything I hear about is like, oh, I get headaches because I'm an L2 model. I'm not an L3 model. Wah, wah, wah. I'm gonna cry. Everything else, I'm like a happy, upbeat, like fucking loser. It's just that's what he just is to me. He's just like this upbeat loser who like puts a stain on like the good people of Canada, in my opinion, because there's so many fun people that come from Canada, And then and BioWare is a Canadian studio, by the way. I want to point this out
They should
here.
have better represented their kind.
Yes, exactly. It's like, is this the best you could come up with for him? He is only like, there's only two other characters in my opinion that are way worse in terms of like the original Mass Effect trilogy, and Caden is like lucky for that very reason. We'll get to them later, but right now, like, he is the first casualty in my party besides Jenkins to just leave him to die. At least he has the dignity to go out like a man and hold the line that way. That's the only thing I could say to Caden.
Okay, well, I'm not quite as harsh as you guys, which is probably also why I'm a air quotes Andromeda defender. But I would have put him in boring. So if I put him in boring, you put him in death, and Jan put him in trash. I guess trash is the midway point between those two. So
yeah, happy medium right there. Neo, why would you put him in boring? Let's hear you go.
I'm partial to biotics, and he's your first biotic companion, so I like that. He's just like JM said it earlier. I think you were talking about Caden in that he's got the emotional range of like a 2x4, right? Yeah, so I can't argue with that. So it's very accurate. I like the guy, but yeah, he's just not that interesting. So that's why I put him in boring.
That's insulting to Ed and Eddie's plank to say that he has the range of a 2x4, by the way.
I know that because of the meme, but I've never seen Ed.
I just like that Neo's justification for liking Caden is basically, he got a brain tumor stapled into his head, so he can have force powers. Jesus.
That's funny.
All right. Let's move on to the best boy.
Best boy.
We probably should have saved him for last, but
no.
Let's just do him in order.
We can talk about him now.
Yeah. So we got Garrus, the most badass Turian in the galaxy. Is anyone going to argue other than BFF?
BFF, best friend forever, butt fuck friend, whatever you want to say. I love Garrus. He is probably one of the best character arcs in this game. Obviously, in the first game, he's a C-Sect officer, kind of just like, young, dumb, and just ready to go off at the handle. And then if you play as like the Good Shepherd, you're like, what are you doing? You're just slapping him around, be like, come on, grow up. And then he's very conflicted. Obviously, in Mass Effect 2, he comes back as a massive vigilante who takes on
great plot twist. I was like, no way. That was awesome. Yeah.
I think we all had that same reaction. Like, even Shepard in the game's like, Garrus! Like, what's going on with you, buddy? And, if you play as female Shepard, it is probably one of the best romances in this game, too, by far. I do like how awkward he is. And he just, like, this isn't a funny line, but it like, really resonated with me when I was playing through it, right? Garrus goes to like the female shepherd. He's like, I just don't want to mess this up, because it's just such a very fitting character arc for him. He's just like, everything I've done in life. I've been a failed officer. I've been a failed vigilante. What have I done to actually like deserve any sort of happiness? And the memes of him online are all over the place. They knew what they were doing with some of his flirting and interactions. It's just awesome to listen to Garrus, and his voice actor, I don't know his name. That guy fucking sells it, by the way.
Second. He popped up in another game, the voice actor, and I'm like, God, that voice sounds familiar. And after about 2 minutes,
and he's in Fallout 4 as well.
No, it's not Avowed or Fallout 4, but I heard the guy talking. I'm like, God, that voice is familiar. It took me a moment. I'm like, that's Garrus, and it was The Walking Dead, the 3rd season. It was like the Lost Frontier or something.
Oh, no kidding.
Frontier was in the title. He plays a character who goes by the name Jesus because his character looks like Jesus.
That's cool.
But yes, he is in Avowed. I just started Avowed when I dived a bunch of games, and he's like one of the first characters to show up. And then what was he? Oh, Fallout 4. I haven't played a whole lot of Fallout 4. I've only played about 10 hours or so. I don't believe I've met his character yet.
He's a random settler in that game.
Ah, that would make sense. Voice actor Brandon Keener.
Yeah, Brandon Keener fucking really just owns that. He's got such a distinct voice.
Yes.
Like it's really damn good. You can just tell that he loved playing Garrus just from the way he just sells every line. It's all believable.
Oh, Walking Dead: A New Frontier. That's what it was called.
Okay.
Oh, snap. He was also in Dishonored as a character named Howler. I just played all the Dishonored games and I did not remember hearing his voice. I'm pretty sure I would have recognized it. Huh.
I just my thing with Garrus, what I like is that the foundation of his character, like no matter like what twists and turns like his story takes, it always stays the same, you know, like where he wants to make a difference, and he wants to make, you know, like the galaxy a better place. And you know, his biggest issue has always been, you know, the bureaucratic red tape of doing, you know, justice as he sees it. And you know,
Hence why he quit CSEC.
yeah, and, you know, because a lot of his opinions in Mass Effect 1 are just like, why don't we just kill him? Like, just, you know, and just being done with it. But if you, I think it's a really fun and interesting way to explore his character as, you know, as the good shepherd, is because he has like several loyalty missions throughout the games, you know, and if you show him that there's a better way of doing things, he actually kind of listens and grows as a character, even though it does feel like sometimes it's like he kind of reverts back to that why don't we just kill him kind of deal. You know, he only, like, as he grows, he only really does it when he feels like there's like no choice, and he, you know, kind of understands that there are kind of multiple sides to stories, and you know, and that, you know, in the end what you need to do is you kind of need to just do right by your conscience, and do, you know, and do things the right way, you know, where he can actually let somebody who got his best friends killed live, because he understands like the torment that that person's already going through because they fucked up so royally.
Yeah,
And
like
I find his loyalty mission to be one of the best of the bunch, in two specifically.
It's been a long time since I played through them, because I've just been playing the multiplayer for so long. Remind me again what his loyalty mission was.
you have
He
no, finish.
essentially, you remember when he's a vigilante, he had actually kind of a ragtag group of people in Omega that actually wanted to make a difference. And a man who was a part of that group, like a Turian named Sidonis, betrayed them and got all of them killed.
Okay, yeah, that's
And
right.
he disappeared. And Garrus has been spending most of his time in the background planning to find him so he can kill them, so he can you know, let the souls of his, you know, friends rest, and you know, get his, you know, at the time his sense of justice kind of satiated.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a choice at the end to let him take the shot and live with the fact that he just killed a man who was unarmed and really regretful of his decision, or he can, you know, kind of move on and allow him to live, and allow, you know, Sidonis to have an opportunity at redeeming himself for the crime that he's clearly regretful of.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I also want to think. Sorry, one of the things I like about Garrus after that is he basically tries to be Commander Shepard, and then he basically has to admit that he was not Commander Shepard. I think that's also another point of view you can look at it, because he was basically saying like, I'm trying to work outside the system to stop this injustice in this world universe, not this world, but there's like this universe, and he makes a ragtag group of like different aliens from different, backgrounds. Like I think he said he had like a Batarian, he had a Krogan, he had, a Solarian and everything else. Like all these different races that like even Commander Shepard would come to command too. But in the end, it just was one slip up, and that really haunts Garrus, and you hear it in so many different ways that he's still haunted by it.
Yeah, and as you pointed out earlier, with his kind of this romance dialogue, it it's really shown in everything that he does that he just wants to do the right thing, and he doesn't want to fuck it up.
Yeah,
There's like a pretty strong sense of a fear of failure with him, especially after 2. And the place that he's most comfortable is when he's following Commander Shepard, because obviously he gets to make the difference without the ability of being kind of haunted by the idea that if he makes a mistake, that like a shitload of people will die. And what I like a lot about 2 is, in the suicide mission, one of the best choices that you can make for a squad leader is Garrus, and it's a gameplay mechanic that allows him to at least get a semblance of kind of redemption for his fuck up on Omega, which I think is a great addition to how things are done.
That's a good
yeah,
point.
yeah. It is. It's a very telling story that Garrus, he can't be Michael Jordan, but there's nothing wrong with being Scottie Pippen.
Yep.
That's quite an apt analogy.
He it's like, or if you want to do like a hockey analogy, he doesn't have to be Wayne Gretzky, but there's no shame in being somebody like Mark Messier.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong
I
with it.
Yes, I totally know who that person is.
Goals and elbows. That's all you need to know.
I know what Hayden Gretzky. I don't know the other one.
All we can really say is that Garrus is the best. He's very witty. He's very charming, and ironically enough, very human.
Yeah. I would say that out of the Mass Effect companions, he and Tally are like the most human in my eyes.
Yeah, and for me, out of like all of the characters, he'd probably be my number one. Where I just want to go hang out with. I particularly don't like beer, but there's this phrase like someone you go get a beer with. He's the one I'd want to go get a beer with. One of my favorite moments is on Mass Effect 3 when you and him are shooting the snipers on the bridge on the Citadel. I just love that moment. You're having friendly competition before kind of like the calm before the storm, essentially.
Yeah, it's essentially it gives you a sense of reprieve from like the stress of the literally like galactic level threat. It gives you the ability of kind of just winding down a bit, almost like if you're playing like Resident Evil and you find the typewriter room, that place is a safe haven because the typewriter's in there. So it gives you just the opportunity to kind of de-stress and kind of sit there for a moment. And that's why I think that's one of the better better ones, better moments in, I believe that's in 3. That particular moment.
Yeah.
And it's a great character moment, not only just for Garrus, but for Shepard as well. When you do choose the good option, you miss on purpose to make sure that, your friend has a bit of a an ego boost, and is able to kind of have this like newfound gumption for going forward. Because make no mistake, all of them are probably shitting themselves over the fact that it's like, yeah, most of us are going to die, or at
Yeah.
least the idea that most of us are probably not going to make it.
Garrus to me seems like he would be Rico at the end of Starship Troopers. Like, do you want to live forever? And he's leading the front charge more than anything else.
Nice.
So we could go and glaze Garrus all we want,
Yeah.
but he easily BFF. We're windmill slamming that into the basketball hoop. He's a slam dunk.
Yes.
One of my party chat topics one time was inspired by Garrus.
All right, let's go to Rex now, then, Neo.
Oh, all right. We'll move Rex up here.
Yeah, because it usually goes Rex, Tally, and then Liara's.
For order that you acquire them in the game. Sure, that sounds good. All right, Rex.
Adore Rex.
Rex BFF, easily the GOAT.
Yes.
If I could, I'd play the meme right now. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
I would say that out of all of the Krogan you meet, he was the best introduction to the Krogan culture you could have ever asked for.
Yes.
Yes. He exemplifies what is a Krogan, and honestly, the following games are not the same without him, especially 3.
If he doesn't survive Ermire.
Reeve is a fucking bitch, and I hate him. And it's like, I have never played with Reeve in my playthroughs, but I have watched clips, and I have a deep-seated hatred for him. He's a piece of shit. But Rex gives that, crazy uncle energy, and I love it. He's just he just what I think is really funny is just he just does not give a fuck about like any of the people who are part of CSEC threatening him with arrest. He's just like, yeah, that's cute. Try that. See what happens.
I like to see you try. Out of my way.
And the thing that I find really interesting about him is that he feels like throughout the game, until you really get to know him as a character, is that he feels like a walking contradiction with his very solitary mercenary life, and it's very much a me first, because obviously when you're a mercenary, if you don't care pretty much only about yourself, you are going to get royally fucked over by the underbelly of the galaxy. But he also has such a dedication to the idea of the future of the Krogan that it feels out of place until you kind of truly understand him as a character and his backstory, and how much he truly does care, to the point where he is willing to put his life on the line as well as yours to, grab at straws with a cure that he knows is kind of fool's gold at the end of Mass Effect 1, to where he can get absolutely dusted by somebody if he threatens you and you don't have the required stats in order to convince him to calm the fuck down and listen to reason.
Yeah, it was one of the worst experiences I had on my first playthrough.
Same. I replayed that dialogue segment literally like 15 times, choosing every possible combination so that he would survive, and there was no way in my playthrough to get him to survive, because my charm or intimidate weren't high enough, and I hadn't completed that
his loyalty mission.
There's
Yeah.
like basically like a loyalty mission. We have to recover like some family armor or something.
I
And if
think
you
it
haven't,
was his grandfather's like battle armor, and he's like,
yeah,
it was this thing's shit. He just tosses it aside. It's like,
You-
ah,
yeah.
fuck.
If you hadn't done that or have high enough stats, I'm pretty sure it's impossible to save him. And I tried every combination, I couldn't get it.
I would say that whole dialogue, well, it's one of the best written aspects of Mass Effect 1. I think it exemplifies how shit the conversational mechanic can be, because unfortunately, in a role-playing game, when it gives you the opportunity to do, to be a character, it kind of like, you want to be able to at least do things in a way, that would like make the experience enjoyable if you want to be like a neutral character, for example. And I feel like the way that Mass Effect is built in all three games, especially in 2, it really shoehorns you into either being complete good guy or a complete fuckhead. And I have never been a fan of that, because I just think it it kind of diminishes the the complexity of the system if you just allowed it to kind of flourish a little bit and allowed more player choice.
I don't mind that too much in a game like this, because too much morally gray stuff in a linear game is not exactly what I think is fun. I think that if you have like a more open scenario, like Fallout 3, like you can do the morally gray stuff, but in Mass Effect, the story is kind of like more linear. So I,
Yeah,
I, I don't want to play with morally gray
I,
choices in that.
I get it. My thing is that to me, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to lock a person out of saving Rex because of, you didn't get your Paragon points high enough, or your Renegade points like high enough. Like when all you really have to do is kind of speak about it logically, because the the choices for both sides are really kind of the same
Oh,
in there.
counterpoint. It's kind of hard to have like to be able to talk someone down when they're irrational too. I do think like it kind of plays into the whole thing of Shepard is pretty good at taming his squad and bringing people together.
I guess.
Like it just feels like, yeah, we want you to play this game a certain way to kind of explore and grow with these characters. And to be honest, that's like kind of the reason why we love a lot of these characters, is because we like explore and learn so much about them. Like Rex is like talking to you on a ship, is telling you like, yeah, I killed my own dad because my dad tried to kill me, is like a real like blunt, right to the point like storyline. Like Rex is like what I like to call like the people who like are thinking dumb. And what I mean by that is like the guy is a thinker. Like the guy has a big plan and visions for the world, but everyone kind of thinks he's dumb, you know? Where he's very straight to the point. He doesn't like, you know, fuck around. He's like, you could have just shot him. You could have just saved everyone this time and just killed them. And then, but like as you see Rex grow into this like role later on in the game, like Rex becomes like leader of the Krogans, basically. Like he becomes the de facto leader of these Krogans, and he's a very valuable ally to you. And there are plenty of compilations out there where you can make Rex meet his ultimate ends many times. But at the same time, like you said, it's I've never played with Reeve because I refuse to let Rex die, because Rex
Yeah.
is just like the goat. He's
Yeah.
got like the Krogan are great designs. Rex is not like a juvenile Krogan. He's not like what they would say a middle-aged Krogan is. Rex is an old soul with like a big gash on his head, and just like he's seen some shit, and he lets you know. He's like, yeah, I know about Saren. I did a job for him once, and then I left because I got even creeped out by that guy.
Yeah, and it's Mass Effect 1 Rex is basically his entire kind of being kind of just embodies like the kiss method, keep it simple, stupid. And it's just like the most efficient solution is usually the one that he's going to, embody. And, as you said, like he's much more intelligent than he kind of lets on. He's and especially in 2 and 3, he becomes very much a very skilled diplomat in Krogan terms, anyway, uh, and knows exactly what he needs to do to not just keep the Krogan together, but to force the hand of you know, the galactic community to basically, you know, unfuck the shit that they did to the Krogan. I don't remember the when the genophage happened, in comparison to the timeline we're in now, but he's very adept at understanding what's going on and figuring out how to navigate it. And that's shown especially in Mass Effect 3, where if you decide to destroy the cure and to fake its distribution, if you have Reeve in the as a part of the leader of the Krogan, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get that you faked it, but Rex knows immediately and feels incredibly betrayed and tries to kill you.
Yep.
And then you unfortunately have to dust him, and it's a very, very sad and painful moment, which I never did because I have a soul. I'm not doing that.
I've done a playthrough of each where what I did for the first time I played through each of the games I played through, I was just making what choice I thought was correct in the moment. Then I did a second playthrough where I was doing just Paragon no matter what, and then I did the third playthrough was just Renegade no matter what. Doing the Renegade playthrough on Mass Effect 3 is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in video games.
Some of those choices are not easy to make.
Yeah.
No, they definitely are not. They make me very sad, a lot of them. But
yeah,
like I said, Rex is, the goat. He is your best friend forever. Uh, he's your wild uncle is like a very good way to put it. It's it's your uncle who served in Vietnam. I'm gonna keep saying that.
he's very much like Garrus, where he would go to bat for you at any point, and he, obviously, as we know in in this in this series, that a lot of these you know these races like work together, but they're still very kind of uh xenophobic in their kind of like their thinking, where they're like, we're kind of really only here to advance our interests. And you know and Garrus and Rex don't care about that at all, because of how much you like put yourself on out, out there, and put your reputation and your life on the line for not just yourself, not just for human beings, but for for everybody, because it is the right thing to do. And it kind of rubs off on them, where you know uh, Rex will still do S tier shit posts on Solarian planets, because he enjoys it, but he is willing to, to work with them for the galactic threat that is the Reapers, while also trying to advocate for his people, because he believes, and rightly, and and sometimes wrongly, that they have been unjustifiably kind of maligned and shoehorned into this unfortunate situation that they're in.
Yeah, I don't want to continue on with Rex because we got so many more to go.
Yep.
How I would look at it like is this: Garrus would not punch you in the balls in a fight. Rex would stomp you in the balls to win a fight.
the, oh yes, and that's why he was my main Mass Effect 1 companion, because you know I picked Tally for tech skills. I picked Rex because I needed my enemy shit stomped, and he is just a walking battle tank.
Yes.
It's like, Rex, you see those people over there? I don't want to. Go forth, my child.
Neo, any closing thoughts on Rex before we move on to Tally?
Yeah, one thing I was gonna say earlier when Jam's like, he doesn't give a shit about anything, sort of attitude, and that's made very apparently clear. Right after you meet him in 1, if you have him in your party, and you go and track down Fist, you say, and you give Fist, all right, you give up, I'll let you go. Grunt kill, or not Grunt, Rex kills him anyways. So it's like, he learns to follow your orders a little bit better as time goes. But if you have him in your party, it doesn't matter what you do. Rex is going to kill him.
I love
So,
that. Rex is the goat.
But
Rex is great.
I love that moment so much because that's exactly what that character would do, and the fact that a lot of RPGs kind of don't take that for granted, like it don't it, you know and well don't take that kind of style, and they kind of just let them just sit there and go, he's slightly mad because you didn't do what he wanted. It's like, some of these characters would have literally just split that guy open if they had the opportunity, and Rex is one of those guys.
Yeah.
He's just like, why would I listen to this person? I got paid. I need to kill this guy. Plus I don't like him.
It's to do it.
And
Job's a job.
And I don't leave a job undone. So, for me, the last thing I would say is, if there was, because the tiers, we got BFF and neutral. If there was a tier between them, that's probably where I would put them. Not quite to BFF, but I'm not going to say neutral, so I'm definitely putting him in BFF as well.
All right. Right on. All right. Let's go to my favorite character of all time.
I was just going to say Carl's automatically going to be BFF because I know how much
my
yeah,
waifu.
I'm in the same boat. I would clarify though. Mass Effect 2 and 3 is what puts her in BFF for me. If we're talking strictly speaking about Mass Effect 1, I would put her more in neutral because I feel it's like her character in the first game is a tad stunted in comparison to her later entries, because she feels more of kind of like in Mass Effect 1, kind of more of like an insert for introductions to the Quarians, as opposed to just a character, kind of like how like Garrus feels like he's more of his own character because of how many Turians you meet, and you don't really need him to be a representation of the entirety of
the species.
Whereas there aren't as many Quarians in 1. Obviously, during the course of the later games you meet more and more, especially in 2, but there aren't that many in the first one. And I feel like she's kind of like an information dump for their people and their culture, and it gave her less of an opportunity to kind of be her own thing.
Okay.
And that's where I feel like Mass Effect 2 and 3 shined, is that they really, really spent time with her character and her growth as a growth as a person. And you can see it, like Shepard's leadership style is rubbing off on her to the point where she can lead her own squads, and she stands up for what she wants and is even willing to protect her own like people at the expense of like making you upset, which is obviously something that she really does not want to do because of how much respect she has for you.
I wouldn't even say it's making you upset. It's she's willing to sacrifice herself for the
Yes.
greater good of
The greater
everything.
good.
Why do you all say that? But no, like I do agree with you. Her character is more tamed in the first game, but at the same time, it kind of fits. She's basically a hayseed. Like that's the best way to put it. She just grew up around Quarians, and then she's just thrusted out into this world, this giant universe that does not like her race. They look down
No.
upon her race. She is the Quarians, for the people who don't know, and if, like I said, why are you here? They can't even like function outside their suits. Like everything to them is just basically knife's edge 24/7. She even tells you straight up, like, I cannot like fit into this environment right now, like because it's so quiet. Because we're used to being on like rust bucket ships that are like hundreds of years old, and if something goes quiet, that means death because it just means something's not operating or running properly.
That
And
means half of the ship is gone.
yeah, and like the best way to say is like they're space gypsies. Like the Quarians are just, they can't settle on any planet. All the races are mad at them because they made the Geth. And you're very right, JM. Like in the 2 and 3 is when her character just really takes off. I mean, she's the first character of the original squad that you meet in Mass Effect 2, and she's
Yep.
going out there and she's doing a mission, and you see a bunch of these Quarians get murked by a mech, which is kind of funny. But I do think, like I said, the reason why I like her character so much, and why I always like, I'm not going to be like those IDOS devs who are like super protective of Laura Croft.
God, oh God, no! I forgot about him. Could you not bring him
Oh,
up?
from your was that Toxic Nostalgia?
No, legacy loading.
Legacy
I,
loading.
I totally forgot.
Oh
what
yeah,
his
JM
name
was
is.
on that one with you, wasn't he?
Yeah, but like I said, I think I just liked her character so much. She is, I think, canonically the youngest character on the team. I don't think anyone else is younger besides for Grunt, but that's a little different. He gets a curve. Um,
Yeah, a bit
but
of an exception.
there's a bit of exception to the rule, yeah. Um, excuse me. But I just like her story. I liked her romance options and everything else like that. Uh, the the missions to me, like the best way to play with Tally is to romance her, because so many things in that game just become more like personal. They feel a lot more flushed out and detailed. Um, I think it's kind of adorable that she was like always kind of into like other aliens. Like she was never a big fan of like other Quarians too. You find out with the Citadel DLC if you do the romance options and stuff like that. And
Oh yeah, with that movie.
yeah,
That she
Fleet and
loved.
Flotilla. Like, and basically, like there's something to say for a woman who is willing to die for you just to get a little booty. You got to give it a little credit to that, right?
Yeah, because everything can, even the slightest little thing can get them sick or get infected. So 'cause they have
Yeah.
zero immune system. So
And I did like the post romance scene where she's just like, I got fluids coming out of spots I didn't even know. Everything sucks, but it was worth it.
The one of the things that I really liked about the romance with Tally, which I just feel, in my opinion, is the best of the romance arcs that you could have of any of them. It is that it feels like how two people would actually kind of grow close and actually like feel for each other, as opposed to some of them sometimes feel like, oh, I'm going to give you compliments and you're going to have sex with me kind of deal. you know
yeah, it feels a little forced.
yeah, it feels a little forced in many of them, But with hers and Garrus's, it actually feels as real as kind of a video game can make it in many aspects. Because obviously there's still some of the uncanny valley of the kind of the clunkiness of these systems. But it, it's one of the main reasons that I pick her over, say, like somebody like a Miranda or a Liara or an Ashley. It's there's something more to it. Obviously, if we're talking about Miranda in her case, like there's also the gameplay implications with 3 that are unpleasant, but she is she was always to me in 2 and 3 kind of the most fascinating of her character interactions, and it like her like if you fuck up in 3, her death is fucking traumatizing.
Oh yeah, it is. I hate it so much.
And that's why I'm always like, you know what? I'm going to make sure at all costs I'm doing this the right way, because I don't want to ever fucking see that.
Yeah, yeah. I just it's funny because I just watched a video yesterday of some YouTuber. Someone sent me the video a while back, and I watched another one of his videos. And it was basically making all the worst decisions in Mass Effect 3.
No,
and so a lot of these things that we've been talking about with some of these characters in Mass Effect 3, the worst possible outcome. It's like I just watched a video. It covered all this stuff, and yeah, that it's tough. It's basically like a video game version of PTSD.
Yeah. I could go on for hours talking about Tali alone with all her lore. Obviously, it's more of a meme at this point, to the point where my friends even got me a Tali body pillow one Christmas as a white elven gift.
I remember I went over your house and I looked at you and I looked at the pillow. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And you're like, I could explain, which is the worst way to attempt to explain to me why you have something you shouldn't.
Listen, I'm married, so I already have like ups on it, so don't worry about that. At least I can say that. It's like, look, it's weirder if I didn't have a wife, all right?
I get it. Still weird.
Yeah. As for me, one thing I will say is that Tali ended up being my very first Mass Effect romance.
Tali bros unite.
Indeed.
All right, let's go on to Liara.
Now, this is a character I'm kind of conflicted with. I would vote for neutral with Liara.
Neo, how about you? Where you vote?
Yeah, I'm very similar to JM. Conflicted. It's like I like her a lot. I've done a good number of playthroughs, so I'm pretty sure I've romanced every character possible in Mass Effect 1. I haven't done every option in 2 or 3, but I have done in 1. I like her a lot, and I do like where they take her character in 2. That was pretty cool. 3, I mean, she's still doing so. More spoilers for if you haven't played it. Why go stop this and go play through the whole trilogy and then come back. But yeah, in 2 they made her the whole Shadow Broker DLC. She took the place of Shadow Broker, which is really cool. She's still doing that in 3, but it's kind of like an afterthought. They didn't really continue that plot line that much. They could have done more with it.
It's one of those things where it's kind of like happening in the background and it's not really mentioned much.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm a fan of Biotics, so I do like her in my squad a lot. So I'm kind of torn, but I would probably say neutral as well.
I'm in the neutral category, and the best way I could say it is this way. I like her character. I like her character arc. She is a very, pronounced member in this whole game.
Yes.
Like she is
given her heritage.
It's not even just that. It's just like she is like a pillar in this game. Like without her in it, like a lot of the story kind of fails. Like she brings back Shepard basically. She controls this whole information network and stuff like that. She goes from like the mousy, quiet girl who has to like eventually murder her own mother and confront like that reality. She has some good story beat elements, especially when you get to introduce her to her quote unquote dad, because her race is a monosex species, so they reproduce kind of like in a weird asexual way.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah. Because she not only is she, the daughter of Benezia, but she's also a pureblood, which
yeah,
is in
a
sorry
stigma.
terms, that's a stigma. It's very looked down upon.
Yeah, so she has like a lot of stuff going against her. The best way I can describe it is that she's like the girl that you go to high school with and you develop a crush for, but like after high school, you kind of just see her more as a friend, you know? It's like she was a summer romance, but now she's like your friend, you know? Like you kind of sit down and not so much like the tomboy, but like a platonic friendship kind of deal, you know?
Yeah.
Where if like she needs help, you're gonna treat her like your sister, and she's gonna treat you like your brother. More so for me, but overall, like I said, she goes from like this mousy, unsure of herself kind of like character, and there's like some fun dialogue options where if you choose to rescue her last after you do a bunch of like the big missions, she starts to get a little loopy because she's been stuck in that little force field for so long.
I've always got her like the first possible option or like the first possible opportunity. So I'm not even sure what happens if you do other stuff and wait to go get her.
She just gets loopy. She's like, oh, the hallucinations are getting stronger and stuff like that.
That's funny. I've
Yeah,
never even thought to try that.
with Liara, like she is like a core of this, story where she is basically not just a character, she's also a kind of a plot device
Yeah.
where she is the facilitator for not just the introduction of like the deeper kind of the history and the research into the Protheans, but she's also obviously the facilitator of your return in 2, and an incredible resource and of information and supplies in 3. I like her character honestly more in 3 than I do in 2, because it just because in 1 it feels like her life's work is to you know facilitate a better understanding of the Prothean people, and and it kind of feels like over the course of the story where she figures out more about the Reapers, it feels like her research has greater purpose. In 2, it kind of feels like she abandons that part of her character for the importance of like information dealing. And like I understand that a lot of it deals with she's trying to do like a lot of prep work for the Reaper invasion, but it just I don't know, I feel like it's almost like a kind of a 180 where she's like, as you said, very mousy in the like in the first game, and then she kind of just becomes more like almost like solemn in 2. Like it just I don't know, it was kind of off-putting.
I
Eh,
I
yeah, go.
I think maybe at least what I kind of felt a little bit is that she kind of had almost like a 180 on the personality without as much character growth as I feel like she should have had
yeah,
to get to the point where she was in 2. Almost feels like they kind of left out the middle part on like the classic hero's journey, sort of,
yeah,
They
and
so to
it
speak.
and it kind of felt like in 3 they kind of they brought her to where she probably should have been in 2, where there's like big flashes of her Mass Effect 1 personality mixed with that kind of very calm, practical approach to how she operates. And I don't know, I just never really felt like I could really kind of connect with her outside of the first game, where like you get interested in her backstory because of how important she is to the plot, and the and you get like in a very interesting introduction to the Asari people and their thinking towards purebloods, and how she lives under the shadow of her mother. And I don't know, it's like I'm just so conflicted with this character. Like I want to like her just as much as Garrus, Tally, and Rex, but I don't know what it is, but there's something keeping me from putting her there.
Yeah, I will kind of make this my last thoughts about this. Liara, like I said, she just kind of becomes like the character that needs to just kind of be assertive. A lot of these characters, just remember, Shepard died. There's not like if, ands, or buts. And for 2 years, these people had to like find themselves afterwards. And there is a comic book devoted to Liara that kind of gives more detail about it, about how ruthless she had to basically become to kind of survive. So that's where I'm kind of going to leave it right there. Um, All right, so we're going to move on now to the next character, and that is Jack. Uh, so let's go with Mr. JM. What do you think about Jack?
Uh, I'm kind of neutral on Jack. I like a lot of her character, especially when you kind of delve deep into the emotional trauma and the history of her very abusive childhood. But the problem for her is that she's a good character in a cast of great characters, so she kind of gets overshadowed for me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in the marketing before the game Mass Effect 2 came out, she looked like this super biotic badass, but in the game, she didn't quite live up to that. So I was thinking neutral as well. Yeah, not boring, not too great, just right in the middle. So I think neutral is a good setting for her. But yeah, she's a pretty decent, decently well written character with a good backstory. And you get to see her develop more after kind of breaking out of that life in Mass Effect 3. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't put her up in BFF. So neutral is where I would put her as well.
Her character development from 2 to 3 is fantastic. And I will say that the mission where she gets introduced is fantastic, and it's a great introduction to her character.
Yeah, I like Jack a lot more than you guys. I put her in BFF tier, but she's going to be a neutral. I just think that she's funny. Like every time she's on screen, she just makes me laugh in some way, shape or form. Especially when her and Miranda start fighting each other, and she calls her the Cerberus cheerleader and stuff like that. I still remember like one of my favorite lines that when they're fighting is like, "Touch me and I'll smear the wall with you, bitch."
Yeah, I will say that she probably has the biggest personality of the characters in Mass Effect 2, which, provides us with endless entertainment. It's just like, for me, I find that she probably has one of the more interesting backstories of of the bunch, and I feel that her loyalty mission is probably one of my favorites, especially because you just get to see her grow over the course of the mission, not just over the course of the game.
Her loyalty mission is the one where you have to go back to the facility and blow it up, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you find that like one little goober who's like, I'm going to restart everything and make everything like worthwhile. And it's like, you're not doing that, buddy. Go home. But, the problem is that, again, it's the cast of characters in 2 is so monumental that she just gets overshadowed for me. And it's not really a fault of her own. It's just a fault of the ensemble that's present.
I was just never a very big fan of her character, but I never thought she was boring. So
yeah, she is definitely not boring.
I don't know. She reminds me of women I used to do drugs with, so I guess I have like a little bit of that feeling with it as well. So, like I said, I knew like 2 women that had like a personality like Jack in real life, just not as badass or shaved head. But it is kind of nice
Just the
that
dad issues.
I guess I never got that deep into it, but like it was more so like funny, kind of unintentionally funny, like always pissed off, but also deep down not exactly above redemption kind of feel. You know what I mean? Where
okay.
where it's like when you see Jack in like the first game, she's just kind of like a loose cannon of destruction and anger and rightfully pissed off at the whole universe. And then in like the third game, it's like you see her kind of come back and she has like a purpose now. She's letting her hair grow back out. She's still a hard ass, but it's like now she's the hard ass with a heart of gold who's finally figured out her shit.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, it's just like that. That's why I really like her character. Like when you met her on the special station, I'm blanking on what it's called, Grissom Academy, right?
Yeah, that was in 3. Yeah.
Yeah, when you go like for the Grissom Academy mission, it's nice to see her come back, and it's like after Mass Effect 2, you don't know what they're gonna do with Jack's character, and I do find that they found a really good redemption arc for her, and they gave her like a purpose. Like she's got like this whole team of students, and she's like, I'm not gonna let them die. So it is kind of cool to see her go from the like wandering just weapon to kind of like a leader in her own rights too. Like you see like some massive character development
Mm-hmm.
with Jack as a person throughout the series, and I think it's definitely when we're talking about a lot of these people, I think it's probably top 3 characters who improved the most, I would say, just throughout the games.
I'd probably agree with that.
Yeah.
And what I would say is that she is a fantastic example of kind of show don't tell, because her interactions, not just with you but with the students, kind of shows you exactly who she's become over the course of your absence, and shows the influence that you have on her over the course of Mass Effect 2. And it's a fantastic way of introducing character development that you missed without making you feel like you've been kind of gypped, because we've played a lot of and played a lot of games that have sequels, and we've watched a lot of TV shows where it just feels like characters are developing without us, and we're like, what the hell happened? This, I think, is probably the best example of how you can grow characters without you being present, without you feeling like you missed something.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Especially because with a lot of these characters, uh, it feels like we have missed a lot, and we didn't like what we missed too. But
yeah, like I example for me was Liara from before. Like it's like the odd personality shift was a little off-putting to me.
Yeah, she
And
changed kind of drastically, and it seems like where'd that
it
come
makes
from?
more sense with the DLC edition, but I feel like it's also important to kind of judge her based on just the base game,
yeah,
and it was a little odd. But I will, before we move on from Jack, I just want to say that her like romance arc is both endearing and really fucking hilarious because it's very interesting, because I've never, like, I watched it as we all watch all of the romance like arcs, because we're like, I'm not playing this game like 15 times, but I want to see all of it. Maybe not in Carl's case.
yeah. Speak for yourself.
Yeah, it's I realized what I said and I had to qualify, but it it's very interesting, like watching it grow over the course of the game from like deflecting, you know, like emotions with casual sex to, emotional vulnerability, and then you just dust in just unhinged horniness through the whole thing, and it's both hilarious and also like a real good snapshot into like what's going on with her as a character, that I think
Yeah.
is very like uh, an extra layer of why her growth in Mass Effect 3 is so good when it comes to how like how she's changed based on your influence.
Yeah. Now I want you to imagine that whole scene, but with like evil space Abraham Lincoln.
What?
The glowing red eyes.
The glowing red eyes. Like I remember when I said pimpmyshepherd.com, and we could find all the character codes.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned that on this.
No,
I know you've.
I
Talked
don't
about
remember.
It before.
No.
I know.
What is Pimp My
Oh,
Shepherd?
JM doesn't know about this.
I
No,
don't.
so
Oh,
like
goodness.
back in the day, like when you create a character, there's a little code on the bottom of the screen,
Mm-hmm.
and people were uploading that code in Mass Effect 2 for people to make their own shepherds.
Uh-huh.
and one of them was Abraham Lincoln.
Fantastic.
So I went on space adventures of racist Abraham Lincoln in outer space, and of course I had to romance Jack. So there you go.
Of course. Of course.
So yeah, if you see
'cause-
someone's shepherd that they design, you like it, you can take that code and put it into your own game and have the exact same character model.
The best one was Michael Jackson, and it was only for the female models.
Of course. I always went with the default, so I never explored doing like in-depth character creation because that's just not my strong suit.
Yeah, well,
Wonderful.
That's all I gotta say about Jack. Like I said, her character arc not that deep, but actually has some depth to it. It's weird to say, but I would say hers is straightforward.
So overall neutral.
Yeah, neutral wins out. It's a 2-1, so neutral wins.
Okay.
It's just we like the character. Like I think Neo and I kind of agree where we like the character. She's just overshadowed by everyone else.
Yeah. So, all right, let's move on to our next one, and that is good old Grunt.
There's no argument for this. You know where he goes.
For me, I'm putting him in BFF because I know everyone loves Rex. I love Grunt even more. He's like probably one of my favorite characters in all of Mass Effect.
I would disagree.
Mission,
just slightly.
Helping him through puberty and take down the Thresher Maw and him kind of like coming into his own. I freaking love this character so much. That's where I put him at BFF. But what were you gonna say, Jam?
No, it's I still love Rex more, but like Grunt is like an adorable like battle tank of a teenager, and he's unintentionally funny. Like how Carl feels about Jack, I feel about Grunt, where he's not trying to be funny, but everything he does just makes me laugh. And I just enjoy watching him kind of grow from this almost he almost feels like a basic computer program when you first get him out of the tank, where he's just kind of running on instinct.
Yeah, it's kind of almost like a blank slate.
Yeah, yes. And then as he grows over the course of the game and understands what it means to be a Krogan, and has these complicated kind of feelings and coming to terms with like the memories that are like shoved into his head by the absolute fucking madman who made him, who's hilarious in his own right.
Yeah, Okir.
Okir,
yeah. Okir is. I wanted more of Okir because he was just so unhinged that I kind of wanted to see more. But personality wise, he's just so much fun, and seeing him be able to grow to the point where he is able to lead his own squad, which if you choose correctly, in my opinion, he inevitably gets them all killed, but he alone survives.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
what are you putting him in BFF as well?
Yeah, no, obviously there is no argument to anything else. Like he goes there.
Clean slate. I'll say that right now. Clean slate for Grunt to be in BFF. One of the more badass openings is when he just like rams you against the wall. He goes like human male or human female, depending on what you are, and he's like, "Where am I?" and all that stuff. And then you got the gun pointed at his stomach.
Yo.
Or if you go the renegade route, you shoot him a few times and he laughs at you and he goes, "I like you." Also, Steve Blum, right? Is his voice actor?
That's Steve Blum.
That was my introduction to him as a voice actor.
Yeah, so he actually has a really generational talent voice actor
Who
given
uses
his
the same
role.
voice for everything.
Yeah. I think he
And
plays
it's
two
perfect.
characters in this one too. He plays the guy who dies at the beginning, and then they give him a better one later.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that guy who gets absolutely dusted by Miranda. Like that was that I will say, going back to Miranda for a minute, that was a fantastic introduction to how she is in the early game. She's just like, nope, pop, and just fucking dusts him. It was fantastic.
Y-
But
I was gonna say one of my favorite interactions though with Grunt before you go back to you, Jay,
mhm.
is that when you start doing his loyalty mission, I if I recall correctly, like one of the lines is like, "Can't you just take him to like a strip club or something?"
Yeah, because he's having like
He's
I
going
forget
through
if there was a
puberty.
term for it, but yeah, he's basically going through like Krogan puberty. He's like
Yeah.
got all this like pent up like energy. And he's like destroying stuff in the Normandy.
I think we all
He's
can relate a
basically a
little.
husky you didn't walk.
Yeah, exactly. Not related to like his character, but just his character model. Like was one of the best looking character models I think I saw on 360. I remember being blown away, but like how detailed his like reptilian skin is, and like you could see essentially like the scales on his skin on 360. I was like, holy crap, this is one good looking character model.
I do
Yeah.
like how he is, like how his like the scales on his head are unique to the other Krogan.
Yeah, because they're not formed in yet. That's another thing too, because of his age. You could tell that he's younger than all the other Krogan, because like his
Yeah.
like head plate is like it doesn't have as much detail. It doesn't look as thick, and like he is relatively smaller looking than most of the Krogan. Even like his little hump on his back when he's wearing his armor. Like all the other Krogan that you meet that are like the older ones, like Okir and Rex, and even a lot of the mercenaries have like giant humps on their backs
Yeah.
versus like Grunt, he's like the only one that kind of has like more of a normal looking kind of back to him.
So, Carl, are you BFF for him as well then?
Yeah, he's a clean slate. I think he has the best loyalty mission out of all of them. I will stand on that ground because
Ooh,
I,
that's a
I
good question. Best loyalty mission.
I feel
Uh,
like he has the best one because you have to fight those waves of enemies, and then you got to fight the Thresher at the end too.
Yep.
And I feel like that one was just like really hyped, especially because like you're in the middle of nowhere, this desolate wasteland, and then on top of that too, you have like all this like crazy Krogan lore about how like they got like fucked over by everyone, but they're still here, damn it, and we're gonna show the universe that we're not going down. And like I said, I think they even implied that like Grunt is the first Krogan to do take down a Thresher since Rex, I believe, too.
Yeah, I think so. I
if
forget
you
what.
kill it in the time limit,
Yeah,
Oh, there was a time limit. I don't remember
there's a
that.
time limit.
I always do because I'm awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty easy to kill it if you've built yourself correctly for that fight. But what I do like, it is one of my favorite loyalty missions. I just like how there's like an in-depth philosophical debate of what is or isn't a Krogan based on its birth, and it's like whether or not Grunt can be a true Krogan, and Grunt's like, I don't give a fuck, I just want to kill stuff. It's like, I don't care. It's like I'm gonna do things my way. And I also like how he, like, when you give him the choice to be with his people to continue to learn what it means to be a Krogan, he's like, nah, I'm gonna stay with you.
Yeah, and also it does have that very fun side quest. I mean, not that's very famous scene in on Tachanka where you get like bitched at by a Krogan and then you can headbutt the Krogan.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
God, that's gotta fucking hurt.
I loved it too because like even your shepherd like rubs his neck like I don't know that was a good idea,
And
and the
And the
Krogan,
shot The shaman loses it.
The shaman's laughing at you, and the other Krogan's like, "How dare you?" He just like, he's like, "I don't know. I didn't expect this to happen."
Oh yeah, like Uvank fucking baby rages.
Yeah, it's like I said, I like the Krogans as a race, just
Oh, yeah.
because like they are like the brutal and honest, but like they're some of the funniest and most fun people that you could probably hang around with. You know?
Yes.
Oh yeah, and this is the Krogan are the closest that this universe gets to like 40k orcs, where they love fighting, and they're just fucking silly.
Yeah.
But it like the lore surrounding them is very sad. You know,
With the
and
genophage and
I love the philosophical debate around the genophage and everything. But going back to Grunt, I will say that as much as I like his little side content in the Citadel DLC, I did think that it made him a little too goofy. At certain points.
I can feel that, but at the same time, he's a young guy.
I did think that watching him get like dressed down by CSEC was hilarious, though. That is my favorite part.
Yeah, I like when they break him out of prison and he just falls from the like ceiling.
Yep.
Or not prison, the hospital. Sorry.
And what like it is it I will say it is very amusing watching him be like the bouncer to the door, and he's just like he's just like looking at the security camera, just going, "Heh, no," and he just presses the button and tells them to fuck off. And I think he just like stares at like, I think it was like the dancing Volus or something, and he's just like, and he just shakes his head and hits no.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, Grunt, like I said, is like one of the like goofy characters that like will say something out of left pocket and just catches you off guard. Like he's got a good opening, and I should have circled back to Jack real quick too. One of the best like responses to Shepard go like, "Shit, you sound like a pussy."
Oh yeah.
So it's those characters that like the no respect for authority, but like you make them respect you later on. Oh, always a truly great thing to have in any video game.
Oh yeah.
One of my favorite parts of Grunt is in Mass Effect 3. I don't remember if it's right when you reconnect with him, but when it might have been at the end of that mission. I forget what planet you're on, but basically the Rachni have come back, but they've been like taken over by the Reapers.
I think it's the Rachni
Ravagers.
homeworld.
Okay. And he basically like tackles a Ravager like off a cliff. And,
yeah, that's great.
And I think depending on your choices, that may actually be his death or not. But I remember on my first time playthrough, tackled him off. I'm like, no, Grunt. And then he showed back up later. I'm like, yes, that was awesome.
Honestly, if I remember correctly, it relies very significantly on your choices in Mass Effect 2, not 3. I think it very much relies on, did you do his loyalty mission?
Yeah.
If you did, he'll survive no matter what. If you didn't, and you make the choices to spare the Rachni, he will die.
Okay.
And he just like shambles himself out of the cave, and he's like, "You got something to eat?"
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, Grunt is like the Russian tank that just keeps going. Yeah, right.
Yep.
Yeah, I will say that I am upset that they got that some of the cut content is him having a squabble with Morden. Like, you understand why they cut it, but I would have liked it in the game.
Yeah. All right. Anyone got any more closing thoughts about Grunt?
He's my favorite Krogan. I love Grunt.
I love him too. I have a soft spot for Rex, so he has to be number 2, but it's very close.
I still go with Rex, but Grunt fills his role very well. I think they wrote him very well.
Yeah, his squabbles with Rex in the Citadel DLC are fucking hilarious.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we got Samara. So, Neo, why don't you say something good about Billie Eilish's mother?
I know that name, but I don't really know who that is, so I don't really understand the reference. But anyways, Samara, I think I put her at. She's kind of boring. I think. Um, the fact that she's got 3 daughters who all become Ardot Yakshis is pretty interesting. So not like a terrible backstory, but just as a character overall, I think and she's very, it's part of being a Justicar. She's basically like emotionless. So I guess that's part of it, but she just because she basically is, I don't know, forbidden from showing emotion, but it does a good job of not really showing it, for the most part. I just think kind of makes her a bit of a boring character.
Yeah, I would agree. She's one of the weaker characters in 2. Um, I don't know. It's I feel like she's better at like kind of similar to how Tally was in 1, where she's more important in terms of explaining Asari lore than she really is at just being like a singular character. Like she's a vessel for information who has like a lot of biotic power and serves a functional purpose in the team, as opposed to Jacob, who is awful.
Ugh.
Sorry. But I don't know. I wanted to to kind of get into the depth of her story, but they just deny you a significant part of it because of how her character is written, and she's written well. I'm not saying that she's not written
Right.
well, but as an aspect of her character, it kind of shields you from being able to kind of access information that you want to use to connect with her more. And the stuff that she does reveal to you, I feel like gets resolved far too quickly, and it doesn't give you enough time. uh I would have she if we had a tier of I would have liked more, she would go there for me. It's you know like her character design is good, but and I like how they differentiated her kind of look wise from Liara by making her look more kind of weathered.
I
Like,
get it. Just say
fake.
milfy. Milfy. That's the
Well,
word that
she
we want
is,
to look for.
I was talking about like
Liara-
the facial features, where Liara is
she's a kid essentially, and
she's basically
Samara
an adolescent,
is, and
in
Samara's,
Asari age.
inner matriarch phase.
Yeah.
And
Like,
she's towards the end of her life. And I liked that distinction, but I don't know. I feel like Citadel gave her a little bit more of what like players actually wanted, which was kind of more of her, which I just don't feel like any of the other parts of the game really did very well.
I am more high up on Samara than you two. I have her as like a neutral status. Um, I generally feel like Samara, like the way that her voice actress like plays it off, she has like this weird sense of like calming but sorrow attached to it and everything. You know,
Agreed.
like
No,
I mean, she's a tragic
did a
character.
fantastic job, and she played her role perfectly with how it's written.
yeah. Well, I like I keep saying like she's like a Justicar, and she's a very old Asari, as we know. She's in her matron phase, so she probably has like maybe what 300 years left in her too. Which
Maximum.
yeah, and you listen to her tell stories about how like she traveled around, how her daughters are like kind of like her biggest shame because they all became Ardak Yakshi, and how like her greatest failure is that her daughter Morinth is the one that keeps getting away and leaves just a body of death and destruction in her wake. And even like when you do the loyalty mission, and she just goes like, she loved her daughter very much. She was like one of her brightest examples of like what she could have been, you know, as a mother, and she was like proud of her in some weird shape form. And at the end of the day, she has to murder her. There's no real way you can kind of like facilitate that as like anything other than just like a tragic story. And even though she does come across as like, not sad, but it's just like you've seen the people who are like have like really horrible and sad lives, but like some of them are able to process it better and not let it fully take advantage of them, but you can just see the weight of it on them. And that's what like Samara's like character always reminds me of. And you can even try to romance her, and she goes like, in another life maybe. And if you really want to stick with that route, it does pay off a little bit because you go like, Samara, the universe is ending. Come on, let's just hook up one time.
Yeah, and what you're saying is why I don't put her anywhere beneath boring, because as I was, as you were saying, like the biggest kind of access into who she is as a person is through her story with particularly Morinth. And I I just feel like I wanted more out of that in terms of like length throughout the game, because it's only revealed mostly through one mission. And I wanted to kind of see more past her generally guarded nature, just to kind of get more into who she was as a character. And I feel that 3 was able to do that when she, when she actually kind of like just grows as a person, and she would rather um like kill herself than follow like her code and not permit her daughter to leave the sanctuary, because the sanctuary's fucked like beyond repair. But
Yeah, isn't there one outcome where she does kill herself?
yeah, if you don't stop her, she will kill herself.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's what I like is that when you first meet her, she wouldn't have done that. She would have said, "Y'all got to stay. If you don't, I'm going to kill you and I'm going to move on."
Well, she probably
And
would have
this
just
and
killed her daughter right away, kind of just get it over with.
yeah, and she would have been just broken about it, obviously, but she would have just done her job.
Yeah.
In her interactions with you, it's a slight alterations in action, but it's very like that slight alteration has like a bottomless pit of depth to it. And I
Mhm.
think that's where I feel like the best part of her character comes out, is in that moment. And I feel like in 3 I got the character that I wanted in 2. It's just, again, it's very brief, and I just I feel like I would have connected more with her if we had more time.
Right.
But I like her as a character, but it's just, I like the her as a vehicle for lore, and you know and the little nuggets of the character that we got. But in terms of, again, in comparison to the other people, I just kind of find her boring. Like, what if if I had a choice between like spending limited amounts of time with other characters in 2, she'd probably be the one I pick last.
Uh,
That's just the way I think about it.
I don't know. I enjoyed her company a lot more. I do wish that we got more out of her, like you said, JM. But like I said, I don't know. I just felt like the sorrow. I guess that's the best way to say it. You know,
Well,
it's
you
just like,
connected with her more than I did. Like
yeah,
that's kind of what it is. And that's, that's great because, that's what she was supposed to do. She just didn't resonate with me.
right. So, I, I don't know. Like I said, I just really liked Samara as a character. I'll joke. I like Samara as a social construct. There you go. Because I did feel that she had a lot of interesting lore and depth to the Asari, and definitely made they really took that to the next level in Mass Effect 3. And yeah, that's just really what I thought. It was like the first step in letting people know that the Asari aren't this beautiful race of caring and loving women. And it really helped you see like the underbelly of a lot of these races. And I feel like that was the first step for the Asari.
Oh yeah, it showed that like not everything is neat and tidy in that culture. Like some of it's like really kind of fucking dark, especially like the just absolute prejudice towards purebloods.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Sorry, go
but
finish your point.
what I find fascinating is it's like, again, it's not justified, but they showed one of the reasons why they don't like it through her, because every single one of her children became what people were afraid of, because Morinth shows what can happen if one of them decides to be an absolute unhinged fucking sociopath. And it's not just, genetic variation is the way that we get at, like, way we improve. It's also a, it's there's also like this dark underbelly of what can possibly happen when, two a pure blood Asari kind of mate together, and create a pure blood daughter who has the possibility of killing anybody that she mates with.
Right, exactly.
Which is bad for business in terms of the the progressing the species and all that. Again, not justified, but getting a better understanding of why Asari kind of culture is set up the way that it is. It was a fantastic, vehicle that was done through Samara
Right.
and Morinth, but Morinth is trash, so no one cares.
Spoilers.
Shut up.
Neo, do you have any closing thoughts?
Shoot, I think that there was something I was going to say a minute ago, but I don't remember. I guess the last thing I just say is, yeah, like I said, like she's a well-written character, a very, tragic story in that, all three of her daughters become Arda Yakshis, and fortunately, two of them, decide to go live at the sanctuary and don't become unhinged sociopath, as you so eloquently put it. So her, her goal is she has to go find her daughter and kill her, which sucks. But yeah, just as a character, like pretty interesting story, but as a character overall, I think, yeah, she's just a bit boring. And a lot of the other characters on the Normandy, it's like I want to check in with after every mission, see what's going on. It's like her, I would do it like out of obligation, just because, almost like a checkbox, not because I was like really interested in what she's got going on in between missions.
All right. I have nothing more I'd like to add on that one. So let's move on to the possible outcome. Morinth. I'm just gonna say death. Don't give a
Death.
shit.
Two deaths. Okay. I was kind of torn because, it is interesting in that, she's an Ardot Yakshi and, I mean, who didn't, at least once, you know, do it just to see what would happen. So that is a bit interesting. But, if you do keep her on your squad, she takes Samara's place, and other than you, no one knows the difference. So
Fucking skinwalker is what she is. Like she just takes on that role and just becomes her, and I'm like,
and she does a good job at it. Obviously, no one knows the
makes me
difference.
uncomfortable.
It's you, Shepard, and her's a little secret. So I wasn't exactly sure where I would put her, but it was probably going to be trash. But you guys both said death, so we got our first death of the ranking stream. So I don't disagree with that. I just wasn't exactly sure where I was going to put her.
Yeah, I just find that besides for her perfectly blending in and showing off that she's a real killer, the loyalty mission where you could be like dickhead Shepherd and like be uber uber like hipster. Like if you heard about it, it's already too mainstream for me and saying all these like crazy stuff. Like that part was funny, but after that, she's boring. And I think even in Mass Effect 3, if she stays around, because I never kept her around because I hate her, she becomes a banshee. I think actually.
Even the developers hated her. She literally does not get any type of content in 3. She just becomes an enemy in the sanctuary.
Yeah.
And and part of me is just like, you could have had something, but honestly, with how her character's written, you really couldn't. So they kind of just went, fuck it, just kill her and turn her into a goblin.
Yep, she turned into a banshee. The only real somewhat correspondence with her in Mass Effect 3, because I've got the Mass Effect 3 wiki up here, is you do get an email from her.
Yeah, and the thing is that what I like about all of the characters in Mass Effect, even the ones that I don't particularly care for, is that they have like pretty deep personalities and internal conflicts, and some in some cases like contradictory like motivations and feelings. Mornth is just an unhinged bitch. Like there's nothing deep about her. She's just, in terms of like, it's like somebody like Garrus is like at the depth of an ocean, and Morinth is kind of a puddle. There's nothing to her, and it's like the thing is, it makes the choice between Samara and Morinth just feel kind of flat to me, because you haven't given me anything to actually go, maybe this is the better choice. Because it's not like, oh, she just kind of lives by herself, doesn't actually, kill anybody, and doesn't, and just wants to live her own life. Whereas Samara, like, following her code is hunting her down regardless. She's an unhinged sociopath who has killed everybody that she slept with because she finds it fun and exhilarating to give people like the best pleasure that they could have in their life and then snuff them out like a fucking praying mantis.
Yeah. So basically, not that she, most people probably didn't keep her around, so she doesn't have a whole lot of time in the spotlight. But they, instead of having her being written like, she is, where she basically enjoys it, it would have been much more interesting of a character if it was something that's like she's remorseful of it, but she still does it out of, her a sorry, not like humanity, but for sorry, essentially.
Yeah. She's like a really bad case of space AIDS, basically. And you can even die if you give in to her temptation just to see what happens. So
Who didn't?
Um,
At least once.
not really a useful character at all. So her being dead doesn't matter.
It's like literally the game won't let you not kill her. it's
Yeah.
either you do it in 2 or you do it in 3. There is no like if, ands, or buts.
Exactly.
All right, let's move on from this trash.
All right. So now that we got over that speed bump, let's go to best boy, probably a Mass Effect 2, and that is good old
This
Thane. I almost forgot his name for a second.
I was like, are you forgetting his name?
Almost. I was going to call him Drell for a second.
Well, that is his species.
That's his species. Yeah, I know, and it overridden the name that I had in my mind for a second. But the only other Mass Effect character I actually own a statue for, and that is Thane.
Nice.
So, JM, what do you got to say about Best Boy?
So, Carl, I'm assuming you're putting in
it's
BFF.
It's like Grunt. There is no argument.
So
you know where he goes.
You're both
Yeah.
BFFs then.
Yes, BFF for life.
Okay.
Neo, how about
we
you?
about
What's your
to
ranking?
fight Neo?
No, I was
fight?
just like, I do like Thane. I was just trying to, because I hadn't thought about these ahead of time, and kind of doing this on the fly
That's fine.
For most of the characters, I'm pretty sure we're all doing that. So I just wasn't sure where he was going to land. He was definitely either going to be a neutral or BFF. I just hadn't decided yet, because I do like Thane a lot. Yeah, I would probably agree. BFF. He's really cool. Another one where the advertising for the game before it even came out, introducing you to each of the side characters. He's you catch him basically in the middle of one of his hits. Joins you and kind of like ride or die. Even though in Mass Effect 3. Even though he's dying from his whatever the disease,
Cat-Mind syndrome.
Kepler syndrome. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
But he still wants to stick it out with you, and you're basically like, no, you're better off, at the hospital than being on my squad. But he doesn't want to be there. So yeah, I would say BFF as well.
Yeah. Duty bound is the best way to say what Thane is. The stereotypical assassin moniker doesn't really apply to him. His race is so interesting and like wild, the Drell, because they basically destroyed their home planet, had to settle on another planet that also is killing them, and on top of that too, he basically takes on the role of this assassin from like a young age to an adult to try to, and then eventually tries to get out of it. It is one of those like weird stories where he's like not necessarily out there for revenge or atonement, but he's also out there to just also be out there for like atonement. Like like his big thing is like he wants to mend his relationship with his son.
Mm-hmm.
And not let him go down.
To follow in his footsteps.
Yeah, and he's still plagued by memories of his dead wife that he was kind of responsible for getting her killed. And on top of that too, his species basically just goes into like these really insane memory breakdowns too, because they have like the equivalent of photographic memory. So it is something that like you're introduced to, where it's like these characters like his race just loses themselves like in conversation. They can tell you like everything detailed down like it's a book. It's like they can tell you like the smell of the air, the way people looked, what they were miming to them, his first kill and everything else like that. It is very cool to see like a race of aliens that kind of just actually stands out more than I would say than the usual cast of characters that we've talked to, because every other race of aliens seems to follow like more of a preconceived notion. Like you could kind of make like the jokes like, oh, these people like they're the space gypsies, or oh, these people are the autistic people of this space. And then you got the Drell, and it's just like, no, they're just a different breed of space alien.
I would say that they're probably the most interesting of the non-human species, out there because of the just the uniqueness of how they work, and also I do like how touching like their skin kind of like gives you a rash and then gets you high, like kind of like a fucking frog. And what I find fascinating about him is that it's not just mending the relationship with his son, which is one things that he wants to do before he dies. But joining you is an opportunity for him to kind of put some good into the world before he passes, because he knows that he doesn't have much time left, given the fact that he's been doing this a long time and has been away from very human environments, which is what they need to survive. And what I like about how he explains the Drell, it very much is similar to the Volus in a way where you can see like there is consequences to galactic expansion for certain species that require certain types of environments to survive, whereas the Drell suffer from a debilitating chronic fatal disease, but they can operate in any environment that is breathable, whereas the Volus can't survive outside of their home planet, except if they're in their little
Environment
goblin
suits.
costumes.
They're the Mass Effect equivalent of grunts from Halo, because they both breathe methane.
Yeah, unless they are the biotic god, who I miss dearly. But I just he is a great introduction to the species that doesn't get much representation throughout the final two games of the trilogy. But the thing about him is like you really get a sense of who he truly is through his conversations and what troubles him, because of how much he fixates on a certain set of memories, which he gets into that really. And the kind of like the cinematography of how they go about like the translate state that they go in is perfect, and it shows you the almost otherworldliness of how they operate.
Yeah.
And and he's very much kind of like the noble like kind of samurai or knight, with how he defends people he considers worthy of defending, like the weak and the helpless, and is willing to, despite the fact that he doesn't have to, because he's dying. So, at a certain point, somebody, says, fuck you, I'm just going home and I'm just kind of, relaxing. He doesn't do that. He puts himself in the line of fire against, you know, that weirdo voiced by Troy Baker, who I forgot his name because he doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, and is one of the worst parts of Mass Effect 3, in my opinion.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I don't know. I just refer to him as the Goblin Man. I don't. He's the assassin for Cerberus, the one that kills Thane.
Kai Lang.
Kai Lang, yeah.
Oh, his name is as generic as his plot line. But he does that because of his desperate need to kind of, again, kind of put some good into the world before he dies, because of how much pain and suffering he put in as as an assassin, which I also love that he doesn't regret, but he understands what he did, and he doesn't.
Yeah, I was gonna touch on that here in just a second.
He realizes, that he was a weapon for the Hanar, and he really kind of doesn't it's kind of weird. Like, he begrudges himself, but he also doesn't, where you can tell that it weighs on his conscience that he did that for the majority of his life. But he also, like, you have the guns, like, the guns don't kill people, people who use guns do, kind of deal. With him, that kind of argument. But
Well,
he's such a fascinating character for me.
I mean, he does say that he was a weapon himself,
Yes.
And I even think that they kind of go over that with like Drell spiritualism and stuff like that too. I don't remember it all off the top of my head, but like even like the Drell have found a way to like what's the word?
Compartmentalize.
Yeah, there you go. I'm just saying it wrong.
Compartmentalize.
Compartmentalize. There you go.
There you
go. So like they kind of lay it out even with their whole religion stuff, and so it does play in a lot to this race that they're a very loyal group of people, and you don't really see too many Drell out in the wild, probably ever. In fact, even like how can I say this? Every Drell you meet is super loyal to the people they follow. Liara had that one Drell assistant, and Kolyak was also very loyal afterwards too to when you save him as well. So go on.
No, it's there. And what I like is that kind of like loyalty is also like it gives you a deeper insight into Hanar lore, who were kind of just like funny, like jellyfish in the first game. Like there really wasn't a whole ton of information about them, like in the organic sense. There's probably a lot in the codex, but this this style, like this species gives you a better insight of how Hanar are in types of diplomacy throughout the galaxy, which I think was like a great addition. And I will say I made a mistake earlier. I said that they need to live in human environments. It's actually the opposite. They actually need incredibly arid environments.
Yeah.
They need dehumidifiers everywhere. It's bad.
Yeah, it's the moisture of the Hanar planet that causes the Kepler syndrome.
So what we established is they would die in Florida.
Probably.
He would last 5 minutes.
They'd probably want to live in Arizona.
Arizona or like the Sahara Desert. Like, I think I would do nicely here. It's like, no, it's like this place is fucking unlivable. What are you talking about?
Yeah, one of the things that I was going to say that I literally just thought of a couple minutes ago is the fact that he's been an assassin all his life, and he doesn't do it out of like he has no malice towards these people. It's not like he enjoys it. He does it because he knows it's like basically like a job to him. But he still feels some remorse for it, kind of like like Native Americans when they kill animals because they need to, but not because they want to, and they still have like a great reverence for animals and stuff. It kind of made me think of that with him, like the people that he kills, he does it, but he doesn't, he still has reverence for the people that he the lives he takes.
Yeah, and you saw that when he just absolutely just just like smeared the floor with like 6 people, and he said a prayer
exactly
to all of them.
Yeah,
and Shepard's like, the fuck are you doing?
and another thing too, that the Sari that he kills is a character from the first game that gets her comeuppance in the second.
Oh yeah, like she was a horrible person.
Yeah, she's an ambassador, I want to say, in the first game on the Citadel, and you kill her sister because her sister's blackmailing her, but she leaves that part out. so she was not a good person.
It's like normally I would have a bit of a problem with what you're doing right here, but I remember her, so you're okay.
Nasana.
Yes.
was like Nisana Dantris or something.
Yeah, it's something with a D.
Dantius.
Dantius, that was close. But
Yeah.
Yeah, she was being
He-
blackmailed.
Like he is of the new characters, I would say he's probably one of the best, if not the best.
Yeah, definitely speaking, especially the romance option with him is also incredibly sad. Like sad, Sarah sad.
I don't know if I've ever seen that one.
Yeah, it is.
I
It is a
think-
doomed romance.
Let's see. Because I know when I did Female Shepherd,
It is one of the better
romance.
femshep, like,
I remember
romances.
romancing Garrus, but I don't ever remember romancing Thane as femship.
Yeah, it's he comes up with like a very, very, in his language, I would say, adorable pet name for you. He calls you his Siha, and he basically goes like, it's like battle goddess, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. I did see that word mentioned on his wiki page. I just
Yes.
didn't know what I just didn't remember that. I'm not
Yes.
sure I've seen that part.
And I also like the sex advice Morden always gives, where he's like, don't make out. You'll get hallucinations. Which I would think that would just be like an added bonus, if you ask me. But yeah, his death in Mass Effect 3, it's you respect it that they gave him the proper death send off with a warrior's outcome. But it is still
hurt.
it's still
hurt.
sad,
That one hurt a lot.
especially if you're like a femshep, and he's like, "I don't want you to see me die," and he rolls over, and he's just like, "I'm gonna die on my side now."
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh my goodness! Even on his dying bed, he's still thinking about his friends. You know.
Yep.
He like he is that quiet friend that like you don't like do a whole hell of a lot with, but he will like burn the world down if you ask him to.
Mm-hmm.
He's just like, I got a body. It's like, well, I got a dumpster. It's like I can help. He's that guy, and I love him for it.
And also, even though he dies, he's still loyal to you while you're in the hospital, even when he's dying of terminal illness. Something Jacob doesn't understand.
God, you're making me angry now because I forgot about the side piece shit, and now I'm pissed again.
Yeah,
God,
I know,
hate
but
Jacob.
it's true though. And it's just like, and the Citadel DLC really adds like that final gut punch. If you have that romance where you get that letter and you're reading it, and you see FemShep start crying, it's just like, man, dude, even the devs were like, we know what you want. We all are sad. Let's make it even more sad.
Oh yeah,
DLC is just fan service.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's all fan service, and I will like how the like complete editions of Mass Effect 3 unlens bloom the fucking tally picture. God, that made me baby rage when I was when I was playing it for the first time. I'm like, you fucking serious?
Oh, that's funny.
With that fucking nonsense? I thought that was hilarious, and I love how they just finally went, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna give it to you.
That's funny.
But
anyone have any more closing thoughts about Thane before we move on?
No,
I've said my piece.
Okay. So let's move on to our surprise edition, because this one really did catch me off guard.
same.
And that is your Geth companion in Mass Effect 2, and that is Legion.
Best boy.
BFF, I would say, for me too.
This
Both
platform
BFFs
is
for
not
you?
available for experimentation.
Shepard
love
Commander. Also, another famous voice actor, right?
I don't know.
I believe it's DC Douglas, right?
It is DC Douglas. I don't know that name though.
Wesker. Albert Wesker from Resident Evil series. That's his other famous role.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
yeah, funny choice there too. But Thane is one of those interesting
Wait, you mean
characters.
Thane
Legion.
or Legion?
Sorry, Legion. I'm looking at Thane right now, so like that's what it did. But like, yeah, Legion is one of those like very interesting characters because you don't get to like have any interactions with Geth like at all in a salient point of view, and you run into this like Geth with a hole blown in his body, and he's basically got a piece of your armor on him, and like your first encounter with it is just like I'm gonna have a conversation with it, and then let's have a conversation with it, you know?
Yeah, at that point, it's like I didn't even know you could have conversation with Geth because you've never had one before. It's like, do they even speak?
Like it's I just laugh because it's basically the first contact version of I'm gonna poke it with a stick. And he I love him as a concept, but what I love is even though he's just he's just like a collection of like AI programs
Yeah,
into a singular platform, he still has a personality deep down in there that's really goofy in many aspects. And you know it's he's like almost like confused as to why like Tally's mad at him for trying to like upgrade himself. He's like,
Oh yeah.
in that little spat, he's just like, but this is good. This is a good thing for me. What? It's like, why are you mad? And it literally just didn't make logical sense to him to not be not be upgraded. And I find that interaction to be the least forced of the of the conflicts,
yeah,
because you understand why Jack and Miranda don't like each other, but
yeah.
this one is a like multi-century blood feud,
Yeah.
and you understand why Tally is just absolute at like having an absolute fit over him like gaining access to shit he shouldn't have
Yeah.
in her eyes.
And on
And,
top of that too, there is this weird thing too where they still call the Quarians creator as well
yep.
when they
Yeah.
address them too. Because that I find to be probably one of the more interesting like lore segments there too, is that even after all these years of rebellion and kicking them out, they still have some honorifics to them by addressing them as creator, you know?
Yeah, they kind of go into that in more depth on his loyalty mission, kind of explaining, the divide between the Geth and their ideology. It's not necessarily that, they wanted to kill them, but it was basically out of self-preservation.
Right, like you can understand that concept of, this artificial intelligence gains sentience in some form, and it both scares the Quarians, and like they even address it, or it's like, does this one have a soul? And then it's just like, shit.
Oh shit. But the one thing I find really fascinating, and I never do it because it gets people killed as a result, because of the timings and everything, but bringing Legion on like Tally's like
Oh, loyalty
recruitment and
mission,
and
yeah.
loyalty missions, it's so funny because of all the reactions. Like when Tally first meets him, goes, it's like, oh shit, it's a Geth, get down, and Legion's like, oh fuck, and he just dives under. He's like, Shepard, make him stop.
I like when you're renegade shipper, you just go like, on a Citadel they refer to Tally as that thing. You know?
it but it he's a great like vessel in because of how he's structured. It's not just he's a vehicle for Geth lore. He practically is Geth lore because they're pretty much just a collection of, AI programs, together, and he's just a collection point, basically, of, millions of them.
Hence
Right.
why he gave
And
himself his name.
yeah,
And I thought that
and
was very fitting when you had basically Edie name him as well by referencing a Bible verse. I thought that was
yep,
pretty cool.
He gave
yeah,
himself that name.
Yeah, but Edie's the one that brings it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she pops in and then she does the recites the Bible verse, and then he kind of goes with Legion. He's like, I kind of like that.
yeah. He's like, yeah, that works. And
Yeah,
1,183 programs.
what I like is that it shows you, like, who the Geth are, and they're not just, a collection of programs that got really butthurt that that the power switch almost got shut off. They're they're basically a culture in and of themselves that actually has, like, a bit of an internal conflict going on between the ones who are like, look, we just want to live and we would like the Quarians to stop trying to kill us. And then there's the heretics who are like, we like the Reapers. We think that those are our gods and we're going to help them. And the other Geth are like, yeah, we're not doing that. Like, that's bad juju right there. Like, I've seen it. That's a Lovecraftian beast right there. No thanks.
right.
But it gives you that deeper, like, meaning where it's in this really interesting kind of space where, like, how Tally and Samara are in their respective introductory games, like a vehicle for lore. It's not just he's a vehicle for lore for the Geth. He pretty much is the lore because of how the Geth are structured. And the little tidbits of personality that you see coming out of him, especially where he's, like, he's thinking about things logically, but you can tell that he kind of wants to do things. Like, he wants to save like the heretics and just rewrite their programming. And then you get to have, like, that moral quandary debate where basically we have, the thing that Persona 5 should have had, where you have the moral quandary problem where it's like, should we really be, like, rewriting these things personalities without their consent? And Legion's like, they're programs, who cares? And you're just sitting there like, it's not that simple. And it's your bait, you know but you ask him and you kind of, like, force him to make a decision, which I like that he basically does it through consensus, where he basically has, like, a democratic vote between the programs, and they're like, yeah, the save them won by a few votes, so we're gonna go with that. He's such a fascinating character, and also the 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 interpersonal conflict between the Quarians and the Geth in 3 is made so much better by his presence,
Yeah.
and his sacrifice in 3, I feel like, is probably one of the most human moments in that game, where he knows what he needs to do and he does it without hesitation.
Yeah, that's
And
another
and
sad death.
I love, if you do it correctly, because you should do it correctly. If you don't, you're a goblin. Um,
You mean you don't let
it,
Tally kill herself?
Hell no.
no. But when she asks, like, she says, you know, when you asked us, do you have a soul? The answer is yes, which is a fantastic conclusion to that conflict. And I found that I found that conclusion to that story really rewarding and is one of the best things about 3. I know a lot of people like don't like 3, but this is one of the reasons to like that game. And
Yeah,
then it's subsequently ruined by the fact that the destroy ending kills everything that's AI, which is like, it's like thank you for your service. Now get fucked.
yeah, no problem.
God damn it. uh that Neo, did you have anything that you wanted to chime in with? Because I kind of verbal diarrheaed right there.
I didn't really have a whole lot left to pitch in. Yeah, he's a really interesting character. Getting like firsthand experience with Geth was like, it was kind of mind blowing when they introduced him in the game. I'm like, no way. Because it's like, I think you're even presented with the choice. It's like, this is risky. Do we risk activating him or just leave him as a deactivated body of a Geth? And that the curiosity to get the better of everyone and activate him. And yeah, he's really really cool. The whole concept behind the Geth and getting one-on-one first person interaction with Geth without them actually trying to shoot you and kill you was really cool. And actually getting to talk to one and kind of understand their philosophy and where they're coming from was really cool. And yeah, like you said, the difference between the one faction versus the heretics. And that's the the premise of his loyalty mission really gave a lot of depth to the Geth, and they're not just these mindless killing machines.
I will say that the rewriting the program portion of like, I can't remember what game it was, but that like little program mini game was fucking obnoxious.
Oh yeah, that I'm pretty sure that was on his loyalty mission.
Yeah, I fucking hated that part of the mission. Everything else was fantastic. Even the funny tower defense part. But
yeah, that was his loyalty mission.
But that portion of that mission was awful. I hated doing it, and I still hate doing it.
My only complaint with his loyalty mission is that because his is the last one in the game, you can't do it until like basically everything else has been done. If you haven't done everything else, you can't save everyone because you basically have to go to his. I think you have the ability to do one mission and then you have to do his loyalty mission. Otherwise, you lose all of the Normandy crew. So that's my biggest gripe with it is that you basically have to get everything done before his loyalty mission triggers. Otherwise, you can't save the Normandy crew.
Yeah. It's basically it's a product of timing. That sucks.
Yeah.
And that's one of the irritating parts of the game, but I do like it because it actually, it provides stakes and it actually makes you feel like, oh, hey, it's not like every other RPG where they're just like, this is a world cataclysmic event, but we're totally going to wait for you to herd 10 goats for this one dude over here on this side of the map. It's like, hey, we're on a time crunch here, we gotta get moving. I do think that it is kind of goofy that the Eden Prime colonists are still alive by the time that you get there. But I understand why it was done that way, because those are the people you have the closest connection with, because everyone else is, gone. By then. I do think that it was kind of, it was kind of messy. Yeah. But I love Legion, and what I like is they kind of realize they're like, he's kind of a redundancy in like the team construct, but he's such a fascinating specimen that you can't just ignore him. It's like, this thing helped us, we got to take it with us.
Yeah, the whole character growth between him and Tally throughout the game, if you do it right, is pretty great.
Oh yeah, and I love that character growth. But I will say that he's like a better Kasumi, where Legion has no real purpose in terms of team composition. Like, he can do like the part that Tally can do, but he, he's not needed for that. But talking to an actual Geth and have it not try to kill us out of the gate is such a fascinating concept that it doesn't matter, as opposed to like this thief that's here because thieves are cool.
Yeah, and it's also just his verbal tick of calling you Shepherd Commander.
I love that.
Yeah, it is very memorable. Is the way he talks too, so it helps him stand out even more as well.
Yeah, and I'll, before we move on, and I'll say it again. I know how much you love the shit. You sound like a pussy. My favorite is this platform's not available for experimentation. He's like, it's like the first time like he gets like a true personality tick, and he's just like, yeah, no, please don't touch me.
Yeah. Well, even then, it's like there are some like expressive moments that Legion has where like his like little meme thing furls up when he's like taken aback. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, it's just like, wait, what?
What's going on here? You know. But yeah, that's Legion. Really good, good character. Wish I could have a statue of him somewhere in my house. As he's probably just as aesthetically cool looking as everyone else. I think he really stands out the most too.
Yes, very cool character model.
Yes, a Geth with a hole in it with N7 armor filling up some patches, and the Geth themselves are pretty cool. So
yeah, and I think what serves to make his character even more interesting is that the main enemy in the first game is Geth. It's the way that the first game was set up leads to him being much more interesting by proxy.
Okay. Neo, any closing thoughts?
It was just cool to add, get us a different perspective on the Geth, and thanks to that, Geth became playable characters, later on down the road in the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer as well, and they're some of the best characters in multiplayer.
Yes, them and their Jaguar flamethrowers.
Yes.
Just always catches me off guard when I hear that. Rawr! I'm like, why does it sound like a Jaguar? And it's kind of cool, but it's always so, catches you off guard. Ugh.
For this next one, I have a question before we start.
Sure,
are we rating him based as a character, or are we basing him based on as like a companion? Because I have two different opinions.
That is a great question. So yeah, moving on to Mass Effect 3 now. Your first companion, Mass Effect 3 for the first mission, and that's about it. David Anderson.
Keith David, famous voice actor, iconic.
Uses the same voice for everything, and it doesn't matter because it's awesome.
It's awesome. Yeah, he's one of my favorite voice actors.
He's been in my life more than my real dad. There you go.
Jesus. So, dumping fucking, trauma lore on everyone out of nowhere. God damn it.
As a companion,
in my opinion, he sucks. But as a character, he is BFF.
Absolutely. Yeah. Since he's only with you for one mission.
I put this in the boring tier for just a companion wise, but his whole like character growth in that he's your mentor. He's a guy always trying to do right, willing to risk it to fix everything. Fucked over by Saren. You can't hate Captain Anderson, Admiral Anderson, David Anderson, whatever you want to address him by. Because he's just the dude that's always there. He's the Yoda figure, I guess you could say, for your kind of guy. He's your mentor,
Yep.
He's very much, I'm just trying to do what's right and what's best for humanity. And he is very much like a noble heart. Mm-hmm. And he's, he hates the politics and gets kind of butthurt when you throw him into the council and you'd be like, you deal with this. He's like, why?
Yeah.
but he sticks by you no matter what, and he takes the the threat of the Reapers seriously when not a lot of other people do. Like, because no matter what happens, even when like literally the giant mechanical squid demon comes out of the fucking portal and just starts shitting on everything that's been built. The council's like, what are you talking about? Reapers don't exist. That was
There's
it.
no war in Ba Sing Se.
Literally, there is no war in Ba Sing Se, and
That's a
literally,
great reference.
Anderson is just having he is like having none of it, and he's really upset that he can't do anything really about it, and is trying his best to kind of prepare humanity for it, but is also sticking by you. He is the outside of your crew, he is your one and like only friend. And that loyalty continues throughout the entirety of the game until his tragic death in 3, at the hands of Martin Sheen. And he sticks by his guns. And when he's presented with the moral quandary that the elusive man throws at you too, it's like where you have the ability possibly to control the Reapers and throw humanity into essentially a golden age of dominance in the galaxy. He goes, fuck that noise. I see what's happening outside. We're not doing that. And he stands by it, and he stands by you and is proud of you and your accomplishments. He is basically your dad.
Right.
And he is one of the few people like in the games that I'm just like, I would drop everything that I'm doing to go help you if you ask for it, because he is like one of the best written characters in this game. And I love how the Citadel kind of like delves a little bit into his personal life, and I found that kind of funny because we don't really need to know a hell of a lot about it, but they give
You learn
you
a lot
like
more about him in the books.
Yeah, the books really expand on him here.
He's the main character of the first book.
As like in the games though, like they don't really give you too much like nuggets of information, but they give you enough to where you're like, I want to know more, and I know enough to know who he is to be able to stand by him. And it's fantastic, and it's just kind of disappointing that we didn't get him as a companion for much longer. And frankly, as a companion, he's kind of useless anyway.
Yeah.
He barely does anything. It's like you're doing most of the work.
It's like I said, massive points in like the guy should be in BFF tier, but just as we rank him as a companion for like just overall like his time when like he's on your ship and doing stuff with you, it would be unfair because like the other characters actually have more fun. Like we kind of throw him in here like kind of like Jenkins.
Exactly what I was just gonna say.
Yeah, it's more so like, unlike Jenkins, there's a lot more ocean to explore with Admiral Anderson.
We didn't talk much about the utility aspect of the others that we talked about in this game, but the ones that we talked about, like Jack, Samara, Morinth, Grunt, Thane, and Legion, all have really good utility in not only in the game itself as a squad mate, but in like the final mission. Whereas, Anderson's kind of just there as a companion. He's kind of just there because Anderson is there when Earth gets, shit stomped.
Yeah. And he's fighting the resistance on Earth the entire time too, so.
Oh yeah.
Gives him some more balls right there.
That is one of the aspects of 3 that I wish we could have seen more of, was like the ground guerrilla warfare aspects,
Yeah,
because
him leading the
it,
fight against the Reapers.
you know, Mass Effect 3 felt to me like a diplomacy game while genocide is happening outside. And I'm like, I want to be a part of that. Can I at least see a little snippets of it? And you got that snippet on like the Asari homeworld, but I kind of wanted a little bit more in other areas.
Yeah, you got that with also the Turian moon. I wish we were on the planet proper, but that was also
Palavin.
yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's like another topic because I don't want to
Yeah,
dwell
that's
on
another
this too
topic
much.
for another day.
But yeah, Palavin I thought was like one of the more cool Reaper engagements out there.
Yeah, 'cause that was the first time that we actually engaged against Reaper ground forces.
Yeah. Well, it was also cool to just see the Turian entire military fleet just like ready to like throw down too. Because it was just cool seeing like just the chaos of like war, where like you got fighter planes crashing, over the top Reaper dragons flying everywhere. It's like, what's going on here? You know?
Oh yeah, the harvesters.
Yeah.
This and now the sad part begins.
All right. So let's move on to Freddie Prinze Jr. over here.
Death.
I didn't really.
Death.
I didn't really get to talk about Anderson much.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. You want to talk?
Yeah. Please.
Sorry.
Continue talking about good characters.
So I was basically going to agree. Yeah, as a character himself, he's absolutely BFF. He might be my favorite character in Mass Effect, especially reading the book, the first book, Revelation, I think is what it's called.
Is that the one with Saren on the cover?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So
yes,
I
Revelation.
bought that one at a garage sale. I haven't read it yet, though.
It might be the book I've
it.
read more than any other book. I think I've read it about 4 or 5 times, and it's that is the reason why I fell in love with Drew Karpyshyn. He's like my favorite author, and also fell in love with Darth Bane because he wrote those books as well on the Star Wars side. But
he wrote those books? Fantastic.
That's how I discovered Darth Bane, is because I read the Mass Effect books, and on the inside cover it said, "Hey, if you like this, you might like this other stuff that he wrote." And I saw Star Wars, and me being a big Star Wars fan, I was like, "Oh, let me go check out these Star Wars books he wrote," and I fell in love with Darth Bane. But yeah, great written character. He will go with you to the ends of the earth and to the ends of the galaxy, essentially. Always has your back. Like you said, most people probably recommended him to be the counselor because, I mean, who doesn't hate Udina?
Oh God, yes.
And like, he understands, is like, the fact that he doesn't want the job makes him perfect for it. And then, it doesn't really matter because he doesn't stay in that position long anyways. But yeah, as a character, absolutely BFF. He's fantastic. But yeah, as a actual companion in the game, boring, maybe even trash, since you do only have him for a couple of minutes. Yeah, I would agree. So, all right.
I guess we can move on
to Freddie Prinze Jr.
Freddie Prinze Jr., which you didn't even remember his name on a stream. I had to remind you. It's
James
Vega.
Yes, I couldn't remember because that's how boring and useless he is. I put him in trash tier. I can't really say that I want him dead because, unlike the other two, I don't find Freddie Prinze Jr. here to be offensive. I just find him to be useless. That's just really what the truth is.
That's why I want to put him in death. I remember, while we were talking earlier that, I find the vast majority of the intro game companions to be boring and generally unlikable. He is the worst for me. I hate him. I hate him.
All the people we name, Jake, he's worse than Jacob.
Yes.
Oh my God, I hard disagree with you on this one. I'm sorry.
At least there's some charm to Jacob with me, because there's a nugget of likability there with him. With James, no, he's just it's literally like sentient, like human growth hormone. I hate him.
Curious, did you ever watch the I wouldn't say it's short film. It's actually like a feature length film. Paragon Lost is all about him.
Why would I watch that? I hate this character.
Okay.
Like I have standards and other things to do with my time.
Because in Mass Effect 3 he comes to you with he's wrestling with the fact that he's being put up for promotion to N7, and he's like doesn't feel like he deserves it because of what happened on and Paragon Lost is the backstory of what happened to his squad and that whole thing. So
I hate this fucking character. I hate him so much. It's like it almost makes me hate Cortez by association because he's down there in the pit with him, and I'm like, I hate this place so much because he's here that I have to hate you on principle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, gay taxi man. You're nice, but I have standards to uphold.
So we got a trash from Carl. We got a death from JM.
As long as he doesn't go above trash, I'll be satisfied. I hate him so much.
Yeah, I'm more so in the line with Carl. He doesn't really bother me. He's got cool armor. I like his look. As a character, yeah, he's pretty boring. I don't even know if I would say trash. So, yeah, even if I had to go boring, it would balance out at trash. So,
polishing a turd,
trash.
That's what that armor is.
I think it looks cool. I like his armor.
No, the armor is nice. What it's covering is not.
Oh, gotcha.
It's polishing a turd.
Yeah, he's not terribly interesting. But yeah, I don't hate him. He's just kind of like blah. He's beige. Not a whole lot of interesting stuff to him.
God, it's for me. It's you're taking up space a better character could have had, and that's why it's why I hate you.
That is a good point because Mass Effect 2 we had like 12 squad mates or something. Mass Effect 3 goes back down to 6, so it's like I miss having such a large roster of
it's like I could have anyone else back from that second game. I would have been much more happy with like anyone but you. Well, like I said, he's just boring. It's like it feels like someone trying to be hard to be Latino. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's just like I wish they would have just like made him like Puerto Rican, like full to the max. He's go like, "Hey, wepa, shepherd, yeah, we're gonna fuck up these vatos, like stuff like that. Like play more into it. Instead, you got like this like half-ass like attempt. Where he just is like, "What up, Lola?" and stuff like that. It's just like what. It's like, come on,
when
man.
You're playing Femshep.
Yeah, when you play Femshep. What doesn't he have like one for like regular Shep too? I forget.
Everything is forgettable about this guy.
He's just forgettable. Like honestly, he probably could rob a bank. Loco, yeah.
And what's funny is that the butthurt that you have over Jacob just going, yeah, you're a side piece now. Fucking James is literally right out of the bat just going, this is a fling. Like I don't want anything else out of this.
No, he's too afraid to have like a relationship. He's like runs away. It's okay, James. You could be gay.
I do not like him at all. Like something about him just rubs me the wrong way. And I would rather have Jacob than him, and I don't like Jacob either.
I'd rather have Caden. There you go.
I mean, you get Caden in 3 if you let him live.
Yeah, but I'd rather just have him. I come back as a zombie Caden. There you go. He'd probably be more entertaining and just as like boring. But I
just give me Zaid. I would have rather had Zaid back.
Zaid would have been cooler. Yeah, I would have took that. Like they gave him his own storyline.
I'll take angry grandpa over boring, like gear junkie.
Yeah. It's just... I don't know, man. At least they gave you better options later on.
Yes. Can we move on to a
uh,
character that I actually like?
sure.
Works for me.
Thank you. I
So
love how
Edie in human
Carl
form.
I love how both Carl and I have like the one character that we just loathe beyond all repair. I'm wondering where Neo is on this. I feel like he's kind of lukewarm
I don't.
at the worst.
There's no characters that I despise.
Fair enough.
Lame.
All right. Next up, Edie.
I'll go neutral. Like I in I feel like in 2 she would be boring. She kind of just felt like a almost like a gimmick in 2 that you know that's fun for like Joker to kind of have banter with. But in
Yeah.
3 you really get a personality out of her, and you get to explore like her kind of almost like a more individualized Legion, where you kind of like get her to come to grips with like her sense of personhood.
Right.
And I love those questions, and you can tell that there's like a disconnect, but less of a disconnect than Legion had.
Right.
And I I just I love that growth over the course of the game that eventually leads to a romance between her and Joker, which I actually really find like I find it adorable, even though in some aspects a lot of people would say it's like it's pretty sad because he's not
He's a cripple.
like he's in love with like a robot.
It was
But
the inspiration for her.
It's like, well, with a body like that, I can't blame him.
but I love the dynamic, and the one of my favorite parts is the I'm okay like meme that happened in the Citadel DLC, where she kind of gets like electric shocked and she just goes I'm okay, and there's like she's cross-eyed and everyone's looking at her like okay.
uh I put Edie in trash as a companion. I am not the biggest fan of Edie at all. I find the concept of giving her like an android body, like it sounded cool, and then I go like, yeah, I'm just not a fan. You know, like I liked it more when it was like contained to like the little banter back and forth in the cockpit, but outside of that, I don't know. I just thought it was weird. I didn't like this subplot. I didn't like this like sub story. It's weird to see like Seth Green like hit on a robot. I guess I don't know. It just felt weird. Like that's the best way to say it. It just felt weird to me.
I understand that. Yeah, especially in 3 when she got a physical body. It's like this is kind of weird, but I'm down for that. So for myself, I like her a lot. I probably wouldn't say BFF, but I would probably agree more so with JM in the neutral category. I like her a lot, and she's kind of like Grunt, how he's learning, because he's instantly full grown essentially, so he's not like he doesn't go through childhood experiences. She's kind of a similar thing where she's kind of like learning what it is, more so to interact with humans and kind of in a human form. Like she asks for advice from you on Jeff, and like you can basically tell her to see where it goes, or you can tell her to turn him down. I like that she's kind of like learning more about what it is to be human. So I like Edie a lot, and has her character in the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer is also really cool, but not taking that into account. I just like her character, and when they gave her physical form in 3, I thought that was really cool.
I feel like it was a very nice kind of evolution for her as a character, where she starts off as kind of just like a standard like ship AI, and then eventually grows into, you know, a companion given the opportunity.
And she even starts to joke.
Yeah. Like she tries and fails to, you know, to joke. And I you know, it's I would say that like she is one of the more memorable like Mass Effect 3 companions, I would say. And despite the fact, you know, there's barely like any of them, like of the new characters. She's not the most memorable, but I find her dynamic between Joker and herself to be very charming and
Agreed.
fun. And I feel like that's where the best parts of her actually come out. Whereas in like over the course of the campaign, she's kind of just there. But, you know, her side content is really where she shines.
Yeah, I got really nothing else to add to it because I just really didn't care about Edie that much.
Okay.
I get it. I just disagree. Now we get to move on to
Best-
EA predatory practices.
The best DLC character ever that should never have been a DLC character.
So when I bought, because I went to the Mass Effect 3 midnight launch, and I bought like
they were still doing those back then?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I went to the midnight launch too.
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
I got the
I like sleep.
that might have been the
Big fan.
last midnight launch I ever went to. I'd have to go look at some of the
I've never been to a midnight launch.
Fake fan.
Sorry.
But anyways, I bought I was like, give me whatever the better edition was, and it was like $10 more. It wasn't like a special or collector's edition, but whatever the upgraded one was. And I didn't even know what was in it. I'm just like, give me the better one.
I thought it was a pre-order bonus.
No, it was actually, you had to get like because I had it pre-ordered, but I bought the upgraded one, and so I had him from the get-go, but I didn't know for like a long time that the DLC that came with it through that like higher tier version was him, until like a year or two later, my buddy, I'm pretty sure it was Rozek, told me, he's like, no, he was part of the DLC. I'm like, whoa, hold on. You're telling me Javik, who's like one of the most integral like characters of the plot, is a DLC character? How can you possibly play this game without Javik in it? I've never done it. I don't comprehend how that's even possible. The fact that he was DLC blew my mind, and not in a good way.
Yeah, I realized that by stumbling upon a Total Biscuit video, may he rest in peace, having an absolute fucking fit over the fact that Javik was a day one DLC character, and I just went, I didn't even realize that was a thing. That's
day one
fucking
DLC
that's so illegal. Predatory. And it wasn't just that he was a day one DLC character; he was $10.
Yeah.
Like they were asking 60 plus 10.
And this was also in the era that they were trying to curb secondhand sales, so you had to buy like the online pass if you bought it secondhand and wanted to play online.
God, fucking EA, I hate them. But Javik is BFF, I will say.
BFF. Beyond BFF, he is the ultra giga Chad homie.
Yeah, so when I got to, like I said, I had him in the game from the get-go without even realizing what it was. And I got to his mission. I didn't know what I was getting into. And then, a Prothean pops out of the pod. And it was like blew my mind in the good way. The opposite of the fact when I found out that he was DLC character blew my mind in the bad way. But I was like, holy crap, a living Prothean in the game? That's awesome. And getting to kind of see Protheans for what they are, and not their like legendary status, and the term that Liara used, because her whole life's work is studying the Protheans, and she had it all wrong too. And she was also kind of blown away. And the term that she used was they're a lot more severe than I thought. And that's a great way of putting it. Seeing kind of that they weren't these benevolent, leaders. They were, ruled kind of with an iron fist.
Yeah, they were.
They were
a shock.
very militaristic empire. And what I love is like they show what life was like during his time, not by just like kind of like showing you through flashbacks, but also by just his mannerisms. Like his racism isn't just competitive because there is no competition. He's won.
Yeah.
Through just the absolute nasty fucking quips that he throws at people, where Liara's talking about the council races, and he's just like, it's weird seeing like humans, Asari, and Turians, and Liara's like, there's also the Solarians. He's like, the lizard people evolved. And
yes,
she gets really upset, and she's like, I believe that they're amphibian.
Yep.
And he just looks at her and goes, they used to eat flies. And I lost it. He is unintentionally fucking hilarious. And you could tell the trauma that he went through, like, by how he just acts around everything. Like, he literally looks at Legion, he's like, throw that thing out the airlock now. He's like, you can't trust machines. Throw it out the airlock.
I feel like when I look at Javik, what I imagine it is like if you took someone from like the dying days of the Roman Empire and brought him forward to like modern day Europe, and they would be like, "Oh, the Germans are this advanced now, and so are the British, and the French and the Gauls." Like he's like living in a world where
fish
it's
out
like
of water.
Yeah. And on top of that too, it's like he is not like in their prime Prothean either, where it's like the golden age and everything else. This is also wartime, Prothean that we're talking here.
This is knee deep in Reaper invasion.
Yeah, yes. He's watching, the galaxy fall to the Reapers.
Yes, many different planets destroyed, getting nuked, wiping themselves out just to try to like do it. Like I think that like he explains it, is like we sacrifice cities just to buy like minutes. We sacrifice planets to buy us like weeks. It's just like he kind of explains like the other races, and I was just like, man, I want to know more about those other races too, with who were like basically subservient to the Protheans as well.
Oh, in his cycle.
Yeah.
And what I find fascinating is that he also, by him existing and explaining to you how the war against the Reapers went, which obviously went badly, but you would think with how nasty Sovereign was, even though it was essentially like a scout, like a scout ship, compared to like the absolute fuck shit that is like Harbinger and everything else. He tells, like, you would think it would last maybe a year at the most, but no, he shows you that this is not going to be fun. This is going to be a very long, protracted war that is going to make monsters out of everyone.
Yeah.
Purely like you will become a utilitarian whether you like it or not, because you don't have a choice.
Exactly.
And he shows that through his very harsh personality, that you can, like, as you go through the game, you can like kind of put cracks in it and give him little slivers of hope that this is something that this cycle can overcome, and that his his and his brother's sacrifices wouldn't be in vain. And he shows, like, a lot of humility towards the end of the game. And, whether or not you made him touch the memory shard several times, determines whether or not he kills himself at the end of the game, which is a very sad outcome.
Yeah,
He,
well, go on.
but one of my favorite parts of him was the interaction that he had with the Hanar in the Citadel, where he doesn't like do his normal kind of begrudged old man racism. He kind of just looks at them and he's just like, this is fascinating. It's like, when we were around, you were just literally like minnows in the ocean. It's not even a, you were beneath us. It's like you were an interesting, like, creature that we, like, left alone because there wasn't any benefit of bothering you.
Yeah. Well, on top of that too, it's just like the best interaction is him and Liara if you take him to Thessia, and you basically just see Liara have like the biggest identity crisis about like everything the Asari are.
Oh yeah, with like their deities and
Yeah.
like he's like, yeah, those are Prothean. Have fun. And he's like, what?
She's like, no, that's not true. And there's like, you even go to like the statue of like the goddess, and it's clearly a Prothean. Like, like you're looking right at this goddess statue, and it's like, no, that is clearly a female Prothean. It's and Javik's like, yes, everything is a lie. Your religion is us. Congratulations.
and then the VI shows up, and he's like, see, told you. He's like, shit. I love how his room has like a ton of personality to it. There's like, the weird like pool puddle thing that's in there, but it's also, there's like a very sterile nature to his room. It's very utilitarian, and I just find talking to him hilarious. And where he almost kind of like bullies everybody that tries to talk to him, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, like I said, it feels like somebody who comes from like the height of an empire that's crashing down all around him, but he gets to see the outcome of it,
Yeah. And he, he's such an integral part of the story that it really upsets me that he was locked away. He also, his character unlocks in my opinion, the best gun in the game. I will.
Oh yeah.
I will not hear. I will not hear any arguments, and is one of the reasons why I'm also mad at the game, because it made me agree with that absolute just parasite Conrad Werner, like who is unintentionally funny. Who's like, but I liked the the heat sinks, and he's like, nope, doing thermal clips now. And I'm just sitting there with this gun, just absolutely melting things. And I'm like, fuck, he was right. I'm not happy right now.
I'm partial to the Typhoon, but yeah, particle rifle's a good gun.
It saves me the trouble of having to panic about ammo.
My favorite is the N7 Lancer, which is the evolved form of the Avenger, which is the starting gun, which is trash.
Oh god, that gun is so bad.
I'm just excited when I get a Black Widow and I'm just murking everyone.
But he's great, and he's just oozing personality. And what I like is that he's practical to a fault, which is very much a, pretty much as you said, it's like a very like Roman soldier way of thinking.
Yeah. Well, what's funny? As a person who is also a giant history major like Liara, it is a very perfect encapsulation of what happens when you start becoming really into history. You think you you like know something, and then you meet the real thing, and then you're like, everything's horrible, huh? Just everything.
This isn't what I was expecting at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it it is the the romanticizing that Liara did about Prothean culture is just absolutely ripped out by the throat by this man, and it is a joy to witness
Yeah,
because he just does not care.
No, he does not care. But like I said, he's also a soldier Prothean. He's not like a expert, a scientist, or something like that.
he's not
You
a
know.
scientist Solarian.
Yeah, he isn't the people who survived Ilos, or is that what it's called? The Prothean planet in one, Ilos, right?
That was Ilos was the planet at the end of Mass Effect 1.
Yeah,
Or
so
near the end.
he wasn't that one who survived that one. You know, he's a different breed. He's basically just was supposed to be eventually murdered. That was going to be his outcome anyway. It's just like
He
murder.
was supposed to be essentially the sword of the new empire,
Yeah.
which he would have done very well.
Yeah, so like he has this like mental image of himself where he thinks he's like better than everyone, but he still grows to respect Shepard.
Oh yeah, his character development of learning that these species are not actually beneath him, but are formidable forces against the Reapers, and despite the fact that he's like, and I keep bringing up the word, but he's very utilitarian, with his thinking because of the world that he came up in, but where he's just like, look, we just need to use everyone that we can, and it doesn't matter what their feelings are. But even over the course of it, he still grows as a person, and starts to understand that the pessimism and the doom and gloom isn't a motivator for people to be able to actually stand up and fight, which he needs them to do, in that, like that speech moment he has on the Citadel, where he can, rally people who are pretty much in the pits, because it's go time. Like, the Reapers are here, and
Right.
And he's sitting there like, yes, many of you may die, but that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. And then he realizes that just, bombs, and he goes, ah, fuck. And then he realizes, like, yeah, Shepard isn't actually a fucking idiot, and he kind of needs to switch gears. And that's one of the starting moments that he grows as a character, and and is softer with his like reproaches of other people, to the point where he actually kind of treats Liara with respect towards the end of the game, especially when she starts having crash outs, which are hilarious.
Something that just popped in my head as you were talking there about him is the whole like growing up in everything is being destroyed, and now all of a sudden he's in, it's not to the level it was when he went into cryostasis, so there's still hope. Is very similar to Kyle Reese in Terminator 1. He grew up, in the throes of the war against the robots, and now he's back in time where before everything has gone bad. So I just thought, it's kind of similar to that.
I could see it. Kyle Reese was also racist, so it makes sense.
But I love this character so much, and
Yeah.
what I loved were the YouTube comments where they like constructed the eyes like in the comments section, and they just put 4 eyes, and they just put throw out the airlock
with like punctuation stuff.
Oh yeah, I loved that during that time. The YouTube comments were just a gem before they turned awful. Like, they were just fun. And my favorite is still the 4 eyes, and it just says, they used to eat flies.
Yeah, man.
I love
I-
that comment so much.
there's so much more that we can kind of go on about Javik, but
Yeah.
this is a absolute great one for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
One
Now for the
quick
now for the
thing.
dregs.
All
Um,
right, Neo.
so the voice actor Ik Amati, I believe is how it's pronounced. He's got quite an extensive list of voice roles. One of the other things that's pretty notable is he was Atriox in Halo Infinite.
No kidding, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was Zeus in the Modern Warfare 2 remaster, remake, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
General Shao in Mortal Kombat 1. He's Aaron Davis in the Spider-Man games.
Mm.
So yeah, he's been in some quite a few big things. So
And Edie, I think, was in like a lot of stuff. She's a very popular actress.
Trisha Helfer, yeah, most notably from Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah.
There's a lot of there was a lot of quality to say from this voice crew. That's for sure.
Yeah, they took their job seriously, which I appreciate. And now for another famous actress.
Hey,
Arya Talok.
voiced by a character from one of my favorite, or my absolute favorite movie ever. So that is Trinity, of course.
Yeah. Neo, how about you start this off then?
I like Arya as a character. She's pretty cool that she's basically, the big shot that runs Omega. And like Javik is very, Javik, when he was in his time, the Protheans were, pretty ruling with an iron fist. She rules Omega with an iron fist. And, I try to make it a point to, keep things pretty clean, but her line is just great. The one rule is don't fuck with Arya.
Yeah, it's a easy one to remember.
So I like her as a character. As a squad mate, though, kind of like Anderson for these next two, because it's only for the Omega DLC. And before we went live, I was like, I couldn't remember which game the Omega DLC was for. Was it for Mass Effect 2 or for Mass Effect 3? And it was Mass Effect 3. So
It's great.
Yeah.
I barely remember these characters as squad mates. I remember her more so from her cutscenes dealing with her in Mass Effect 2. So I don't even know where to put her. Either of them, really.
To be honest, we could kind of put both of them into the same thing, because I don't even remember the female Turian, the first female Turian that you get to see in this whole universe.
Yeah,
She barely has a personality. I'm going to be honest.
Nyreen.
That's why she's so.
Candros.
That's why she's so forgettable. I didn't even remember her name.
Yeah, I remember her name was Nyreen, but that was it.
I that's why I'd put her in trash. Arya, I'm going to be honest, I never really warmed up to her as a character. I always found her kind of irritating and more of a means to an end. Just kind of she's less. Sometimes I feel like she's less of a character and more just a sentient personification of Omega as a culture.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I
think she needs to. It's basically the, I don't even know how to describe it, but it's basically like run by gangs, so she has to be very tough in order to stay in control.
But I also feel like she was kind of a cold bitch before then. I feel like this is just like her niche that she threw herself into, rather than it being this is kind of a role that I have to play, where it's kind of like she's not molding herself to fit the role is just hers because it's her. I don't know, I find her quips to be amusing in certain aspects, but most of the time I'm just kind of like, you're kind of annoying because you're just bitchy all the time, and it's just, I would rather spend my time with other characters.
So what tier would you put her in?
I would put her in boring.
Okay.
For me, I think we could just do both of them at the same time, because there's no point in. There's nothing to really go on with Nyreen. I put them both in trash.
With Nyreen, like I feel like most of her personality comes from her association with Arya. That's it.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm going to help people. I'm like, that's nice. You do that. I'm going to go actually do your job and kill some gang leaders to take this place back over so I can smidge out like 10 merc units that are not going to push the envelope at all in the grand scheme of things, but I need it to make sure that, Shepard can live when I kill all of the AI and unfortunately Edie, you know, it is what it is.
For Nyreen, the most interesting thing I thought was this was the first time we were introduced to a female Turian. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I'd agree with the trash. As for Arya, like I said, as a character, I'd probably put her in neutral, but as an actual squad mate, yeah, I agree with boring.
It's one of those, she's a functional character. You don't really need more than what you've gotten. In fact, I would actually argue that the less you know about Arya, the better, like in terms of the quality of her character, because keeping her a mystery is better. It's just what's there, I don't like. That's why she goes into boring for me.
I don't know. Like I said, it's just I never really liked Arya. I thought her DLC sucked. I thought Omega DLC sucked.
It was a chore.
Yeah, it just was not interesting. And
I like that they introduced some new units that we hadn't seen before.
I vastly preferred, the Citadel and the Leviathan deals.
Oh, absolutely.
In Mass Effect 3, this was one of those. It's there, so I'll do it, but I'm not doing it because I want to.
Yeah, the Mass Effect 3 DLC is definitely my least favorite.
Yeah, like I said, both these characters could not give a shit about. Nyreen dies in the end too, so it doesn't matter with her. So we can even put her in death. Yeah.
I forgot about all of this.
Yeah, so if you want, we can put her in dead tier. We can have her chill with the other useless character that is there for a little bit.
You know what? Fine, we can put her there. I just do not care about
exactly.
this character.
No one cares about Nyreen. So there you go. No,
that's fair. That's fair.
She does not have an ofrenda. No family remembers her. She is dust in the wind.
Oh God! Now I don't want to venture into the depths that is the next couple of, or like the next group of characters.
All right, so we're gonna hit Mass Effect Andromeda, and I don't even remember some of these characters' names either.
So, I don't remember any of them.
So I remember a few of them.
Yes. But Cora.
Death.
She used to run with an Asari
Commandos.
Did you remember that she's an Asari commando? I didn't. So she's it's good that she reminds me at every fucking turn.
She's like Preston Garvey, like reminding you that a settlement's in danger.
Oh my God. Why did you have to put that in my head?
Because it's funny.
I hate you. I fucking hate this character.
I don't wish death on Cora.
I do.
I find her just boring more than anything else. Like, I don't even know who her voice actress is, but she's just very flat. And the only thing I can remember about her was like Asari Commandos, and that's it. Because she's not interesting. She's flat. Like, there is isn't it implied that she's the daughter of the Elusive Man or something like that?
I don't know.
If there was, I never picked up on that.
Like I forget so much about it. It feels like it's like one of the stories where like her whole backstory is compensating for a racist family member, I think.
Who cares? It's the one thing that it's also very off-putting about her is that she is very much like a good representation of the very chunky face capture software that they used.
Yeah.
Like for this, the very, very cheap shit, because like her her face is like very uncanny valley, similar to the "my face is tired" woman.
Oh yeah, the director.
I have so many gripes about Andromeda, and I have dealt with enough cat ladies to like make me probably Egyptian and verify their worship. I guess I don't know, but it's so stupid, you know.
There-
It's like I said. It's just I'm so tired.
What I hate is there was also promise with the game, because like you can get little nuggets of actual good game out of Andromeda, but it's just littered with just shit, which is a shame, because the gameplay was for the most part was fun. Like the
Yeah,
combat
I
was
said,
good.
I'm a defender in that the gameplay is pretty good. It's just everything else that is very subpar.
There's like stuff that's okay in Andromeda, but I've played it twice and it's just slowly. It's like you know how they say like most children outside of school during summer forget like 30% of what they learn. I am that 30%. I forgot everything I learned about Andromeda.
30%.
Me too.
I would think it would be higher than that.
Me too.
Yeah, I don't know. This was a commercial from back in the day.
No one cares about
Okay.
Korra. Let's move on.
Yeah, I think I played it 3 times, and I.
Wait, you got
still-
through this game 3 times?
Yeah, I had to do it 3 times in order to
Testament to your patience, good sir.
Well, because I was going for the completion for all the achievements, and it is possible, because the last achievement I got is the one for you have to romance 3 different people. It is possible doing one playthrough, but you have to do it like very specifically, and so
that is the most boring harem I have ever heard in my life.
You got
Why would
Slim
you do that?
Pickens here.
Not all of it. You can, because you can romance characters that are not on your team, that are just not squad mates. So there are a few more options,
And they're all boring.
But yeah.
Oh God, I hate
polygamy right there.
the
Like,
gay
no.
scientist who believes in God. Try the personification of Reddit.
Yeah, that one was like,
the
what?
worst description of like a creationist I have ever seen in my fucking life, where it's like, it's you know how, like you said earlier, Carl, that like Cortez in 3 is like pretty much writers who have never met a gay person in their life.
Yeah.
She is very much the personification of Reddit atheists who have never met a Christian in their life, like
Or
an
a
actual
person in
devout,
general.
like a devout Christian, because I'm just sitting there like I'm a Catholic myself, and I'm just sitting there, I'm like, who the fuck is this supposed to be? Like, because this is not anybody I have ever met in my life.
Yeah.
This is like a caricature.
This is what we like to call trying too hard.
Yeah, it's trying
That's
too
what this
hard.
is. This is trying too hard. The character.
So,
It's like
but
when you
yeah.
have writers that are new to writing and they're trying to make something that's interesting and unique, and what it comes out to be is just like an interesting and unique bowel movement.
I just like how we've spent more talking about random crap than we have about Korra, and we're still on Korra because Korra is just so awful.
Because Suvi is like actually memorable in like a bad way, but at least like you can remember stuff about her because she's got like that weird Scottish accent. She goes like, "Oh yeah, I like to lick rocks because my dad, he'd go and lick rocks on Earth or something." And God told me that it's okay to be a lesbian who likes science and stuff. That literally, it's like it's not exaggeration here.
Yeah, not
but like,
Lord,
it's just like Korra. It's like I don't remember anything about her. Like putting her in trash is, kind because they're like you don't even wish death upon her. It's like, oh yeah, you're here. That's it. It's like if there's any Korra fans out there, let me know in the comments, and I want to study you. It's like you're like the worst person I know. I want to travel the world with you. Okay.
To your earlier question, you asked the voice actor Jules DeJong. I don't know. JONGH. I pulled her up. The other thing that she's most notable for is she voiced Faith from Mirror's Edge, which that is a great game.
No kidding.
Yeah, not a lot of
which Mirror's
dialogue in
Edge?
that game though. The first one.
Okay,
I'm
so the good
or
one.
Both, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a different voice actor for each one.
The pseudo sequel remake, whatever it
was
fucking
not a bad game.
It was.
Oh, I disagree, but we're not here to talk about Mirror's Edge.
Yeah, we'll say that for
The first
another
game was
day.
good. The other one was.
I think they're both good, but the first one's better.
I want to get the collector's edition. They had it for sale by me, and it was gone when I went back, and I was upset because I wanted that statue. That statue was pretty cool.
Use that money to buy a good game.
Well, I wanted a statue because the statue was cool.
What am I talking about? I have the collector's edition of Callisto Protocol.
I do too. We're brothers.
I should keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
Well,
Listen,
to be
this,
fair,
this is
I
how
paid
boring
45
Cora
bucks
is. We're
for
talking
that.
about other things, all right, that are more interesting to us.
Moving on.
Neo, we got Liam.
Liam, yep.
I
was gonna ask you if you remembered his name.
I remember Liam because he's. I don't hate Liam. I actually think Liam is very tolerable. So I have him in the neutral category.
Neutral. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Isn't he the one who like sells you furniture?
He also talks about how his family sent a car at FTL speed to go meet them in Andromeda.
Well, no, you have to go get him furniture for the movie nights.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm remembering. I'll put him in boring because I if I can't remember that, which is like the most important part of his character, I just don't care.
Listen, I would say that Liam is the second best black character in Mass Effect.
What I will say is he is the most interesting of the human characters in Andromeda, which is not saying much. That's a very low bar.
That is a low bar.
That's you know,
Carl, though, you said the second best black character. I'm assuming that doesn't count Javik.
No, Javik is a Prothean. But he's honorary black, so he can say the N-word.
Yeah, he has the N-word pass.
He's got the N-word pass.
Yeah, I vaguely remember him, other than wanting to get movie nights together. I would say boring.
It's like for me, like he's one of the better characters in a cast of shit.
If I had the choice, I would replace Liam with any one of the other three people in Trash. And easily have been much more amused.
The 4 people in Trash?
We don't count Cora right now.
She's already in.
That's fair.
Andromeda.
Yeah.
No, I 100% agree. I 100% agree with that. I would rather have Liam than James.
Because you
I would
know
rather
why?
have Liam than Jacob.
I will say this. Liam tries.
Huh.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like Liam is not like he's like that
he doesn't have a personality that's great.
No. You know what he reminds me of? The Mummy, the black guy who flies the dirigible in the second Mummy movie. Does anyone get that reference?
I have not seen those movies in a very long time.
Damn it.
Sorry.
But
movies are bad for me.
I know, but
I'm
this
good.
is like,
I just haven't seen them in forever.
I know. I don't watch movies, so it's like when I have a good movie reference, no one gets it. What the hell, man? But like, he's like a guy that like tries. I guess you could say like he tries to be normal. He tries to be tough. He knows he makes mistakes.
Was it Lochna?
I don't think it was Lochna. No, he's the dirigible pilot. I don't forget his name off the top of my head.
I'm looking at the IMDb and of the black characters. There's Lochna, who's played Adewale. I have no idea how to pronounce his last name, but he was in Lost. There's Izzy, and
I think it was Izzy.
Okay,
I think it was Izzy. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Jacquiz or Jaquiz. Oh, he's not. He might not even be black. I don't know. But Izzy. Okay. I don't remember his character. So sorry.
That's fine. But like I said, Liam just like has personality. He talks about his family back home who have been dead for a very long time. How they like were trying to like have some normalcy, that he just went to kind of like do some stuff. I remember stuff about Liam, you know. So that usually means to me that he had a better impact because I couldn't say dick about Cora, okay? So already for me, it shows that he at least stood out. He has like some cringe dialogue that a lot of people point out. He's like, I bet it hurt because I shot him in the face, or he's mad because I shot him in the face.
I mean, it would like he would be in BFF tier if he didn't have cringe dialogue in this game, because that's literally everybody in this game, even the ones that I actually kind of like. It's you know, I don't hate Liam. It's just he's there.
Agreed.
Like which is very bad that it makes him one of the better characters, but it does.
Right, I agree.
I don't got anything else.
Like I said,
him.
it's just like Liam is not offensive, and I think he's a massive upgrade to the usual starting humans that you usually got.
Very much so.
Yeah, and like, look, you just put him behind Miranda, Ashley, and yeah, that's it. So he podiums. There you go. Someone from Andromeda podiums in my ranking there.
He places, which is
there you go. Bronze
surprising.
is still placing, and some of those characters had 3 Mass Effect games. Yeah. So congratulations, Liam. You made it to boring. It's not a bad list of people to be boring with. All right.
I mean, that's going to be probably impressive for most of the Andromeda characters. Do we have to talk about the next one?
Yes, yes, we do. Peavy?
Yes, not a fan.
Death.
Ooh.
Not a big fan of McGuffin.
Literally just millennial the character, and I hate her.
I put her in trash. I didn't want her to die, but I freaking don't remember anything about her.
I remember my personality is quirky, which is my personality is a war crime. That's what that means.
I liked her bubbly attitude.
I don't like bubbly people, and she is, she's bubbly with a coke addiction, and I hate it.
So I have a better, I'd put her higher than you guys would. I was thinking boring, but balancing all that out, I would put her right here in trash between the 3 of us. Because I don't remember her.
I got nothing on her
squad mate, but as a character, I did like her personality.
I think she's one of the better squad mates, like in terms of like utility. But I gotta let you guys know, I played this game once, like 4 years ago. I don't remember it.
You probably played it more recently than I did.
Yeah, you played it more recently than me. That's also for sure.
Yeah, it's just like I remember playing it for 10 hours and then let it go for like 2 years. And then I finally went, fuck it. I got to finally finish this stupid game. And then I played it, and it was a testament to patience because I was so bored. But she was one of the very low points of this game for me. I just despised her, and I never took her anywhere because it's listening to her is just like eating glass.
So looking through it looks like I played it originally in 2018 and I got all but 2 achievements. Then I did one more achievement in 2020, and then I went back and got the romance achievement in May of 2023. So I did play it more recently, but most of my playing was 2020 or 2018.
It's fucking garbage. Moving on to this character that I don't remember their fucking name.
I was gonna ask you if you guys remember his name. So Carl,
looks like expired Play-Doh.
The one squad mate that's not from the Milky Way galaxy.
Yes,
the one new race who, I'm gonna be honest,
don't remember them.
They were just there. Like there was nothing that. Like how like the Krogan, the Quarians, the Solarians, the Asari, they all have like their thing that makes them unique, and then the character potential is placed on top of that foundation. With this race, there wasn't anything. They were kind of just humans that were alien, and they were kind of just there, and that upset me because you have this opportunity to be, to put your stamp on this franchise, and you just stumbled. And this is one of the biggest stumbles. Like, I'll put him in trash because I don't remember a damn thing about him, and I never used him, and I'm grateful for it.
I know plenty about him because I did the romance route, and that is a fucking weird romance scene. Not gonna lie.
As Sarah Ryder.
Yeah, it was. I watched it. I was like, "What am I watching?" Because it's weird. That's the best way to describe it. It is weird. Besides
Was it as
that,
weird as those videos that people made where they modded in like an Elcor companion and you're trying to romance it?
Elcor companion would have been a more interesting romance. I'm not gonna lie.
That would be
Fair enough.
I don't know. It's like the best way to describe it is like they make his race seem like they're a bunch of primitive like tribal people, but they're not. And I don't they look like what a human body would look like if you wanted to survive a car accident like at high speed. That's what their character models look like to me. I don't really remember too much else. Like there's like boring drama conflict. He calls you darling one, like that's supposed to be cool. Weird romance scene, and they just like randomly made him like bisexual when they were shutting down support, just to like go like, okay, peace out, and that's it. Like that's all I remember about Jal.
He's very much like the Asari doctor on your ship, where they're just kind of there. Like there's nothing really memorable about them. They're just he exists.
A lot regarding the doctor, a lot of people were upset because the voice actor is Natalie Dormer, who's pretty well known, and she's relegated to this like tiny role.
And she did such a horrible job because she didn't give a shit. I found her lines to be very flatly delivered, and I'm like, I'm not going to put the blame on you because I've seen what you could do when you actually have good direction. I don't think you got that here.
Like I said, it's just there's so many issues I have with Andromeda. I don't have enough time, and I haven't played it in so long that I would have to replay it to understand if my assumptions are still correct.
Lexi was the doctor's name.
That's not an Asari name.
I just don't care. Like,
Yeah.
And that's the unfortunate part of like these characters, is that the vast majority of them are just so unmemorable.
Oh wait, I just realized I think I forgot one.
Like the last two characters, like I like them. I don't even remember the Krogan's name.
No,
how bad this is.
What is the Krogan's name? I forgot his name.
Drac.
Drac. That's right. There you go. I couldn't remember.
I like Drac.
Drac's all right.
That's because Krogans are cool.
He gives fun grandpa energy.
That's what I was just about to say.
Krogan.
He's Grandpa Krogan. So like you had like the nice, it's like the perfect trifecta. Finally, it's like you got the middle-aged Krogan, you got the young Krogan, and now you got Grandpa Krogan. So you got to see what it was like to have the end of life Krogan who's just there for like one more good go around. I put him in neutral.
I'll put him in neutral too.
I was going to put him in neutral as well.
Hat trick. There you go.
We moved on a little quick because I didn't really say what level Jal, but yeah, I would say fine with trash. But yeah, I was going to put Drac in neutral.
I'm sorry. Like we kind of been speeding through these because we don't like them.
Well, one of the characters we didn't remember anything about, like at all, except for she was a Asari Commando huntress.
Because
whatever.
She very much liked to tell you.
I think I forgot one because it's similar to Anderson beginning of Mass Effect 3. Isn't your dad, Alec Ryder, your squad mate at the beginning of Andromeda?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Was he?
Yeah, I think. I
forget.
I think he was doing his own mission on the side.
If like people in the comments, if that was actually the case, we'll just put him in trash. We'll
put him in dead. Default. There you go.
He does end up dead.
Alright, put him in
He
dead.
was voiced by Clancy Brown. I like Clancy Brown.
I
Because
Didn't
Clancy
even know
Brown
that.
is fantastic.
Yeah.
No, like no one is allowed to say bad things about Clancy Brown.
Yeah, my wife just came home. I gotta take my dogs downstairs to her real quick.
All right.
Um,
We'll just fill time.
But yeah, Drac, I was gonna put in neutral as well.
Drac is-
Krogans are cool,
fun.
and yeah, you put it perfectly when you're like he's got the like badass grandpa energies. It's like, you know, telling the stories back when I was in the war. He definitely comes across as that. So I like Drac.
He's he's fun, and that's not a word I say much about, a lot of things in Andromeda. Like, he is a fun character, and that's why he and the next character we're going to talk about were always my squad mates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I enjoyed them, so I wanted more of them, and I relegated everybody else to the moldy shoebox of trash that was the ship. But
So
there's not a whole lot to talk about with Drac outside of he's fun.
Fun
me.
grandpa.
Fun grandpa.
Fun grandpa.
He
Great,
is
good stories. Not really much else to say.
He is I've got him up here on the wiki right now. He is a very old Krogan. He's over 1400.
Yeah, like if he would be that guy that, he has what I call like the people's charisma. If you like met him in a bar, you could listen to him tell stories for hours, even if they're like versions of like the same fucking story.
Yeah.
He's just that character. There's nothing else to really talk about.
Now, like I said, fun guy. Can't remember too much else around him because it's been a while, but definitely more fun to hang out with. Like,
yeah,
tolerable. There you go.
And then we can talk about the one I actually wrote.
Last one. We got one more female Turian.
The best female Turian.
Best female Turian.
Best female Turian.
Not a high bar, but still pretty good.
She actually has a personality, which is surprising for female Turians.
Vetra, thank you. I was trying to remember her name and I could not think of it.
Let's go with you, then, Neo, since you didn't remember her name. What would you put Vetra as?
She's you're saying she was always in your party, Jam, and I couldn't remember her name, so I remember almost nothing about her. So I would say I literally remember almost nothing, so I'd have to say trash.
I got her in neutral. I think that she was very fun, but I didn't have like the same BFF kind of vibes as others. I thought she like had a good, depth of character. I feel like she had a really good voice actress too, who delivered the lines properly.
Danielle Rain.
Yeah, kind of like Liam. It's more so like she felt like she was trying, and she didn't feel like try hard or offensive. She felt like she was, doing her job that she was supposed to do there. But she actually felt like out of all the other characters, I felt like she was like had more growth personally than everyone else was kind of like just there. Like even Liam for the most part, like he doesn't really have like growth in my opinion, but he's got like a good place as being like that guy in the group that like you enjoy to hang out with, and you can deal with stuff with him better. Like he's like your bro, but he's like your bro that doesn't grow up. Like Vetra on the other hand, like it feels like you get more of her backstory and you can understand her a lot more, and like she does have genuine like growth in terms of like characters that she interacts with and stuff.
I would agree of putting her in neutral. She is, in my opinion, the most well-rounded character of the Andromeda squad mates, because she actually has a backstory I was actually interested in with her dynamic with her sister. I don't remember too much about it. All I know is it was a very sisterly dynamic, which I appreciated. I found I found her like romance arc to be kind of like lovably awkward, and
I don't think I ever romanced her, so I wouldn't
like
know.
amusing.
It's Cal.
but you know, she's not good enough to be in the BFF like tier, but for me, I liked her the most out of the characters. Like, I actually enjoyed listening to her quips and actually exploring who she was as a character more so than like Drac, who I just kind of was there because he was funny. You know, she's the most memorable character to me, and again, not a high bar. It's not a high bar whatsoever, but she got over the hump and she won first place for Andromeda for me, and I and that's why I chose her as the romance arc. You know,
She
because she was, she was a character, which is surprising.
yeah. She's she's like the star quarterback on an 0-16 team.
Yep.
It's like, congratulations, you have amazing numbers and stats, but everything around you sucks.
You are the Matthew Stafford of the Detroit Lions.
There you go.
Congratulations. Do you really want to be here? And the answer to that question was no.
Yeah, no, but there you go, Vetra. You
You
know
won
it's
first place.
shockingly,
Not bad.
we did not go too crazy. I would say I think it was relatively split between
Very balanced
three,
approach.
three, two in neutral, one in boring, and three in trash.
Oh, for just the Andromeda characters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just for the Andromeda characters, and I
Well,
would say
just
like
because
that.
I hate the game doesn't mean that I'm going to be unfair to these characters,
Right.
except for PB. Fuck that character. I hate her.
Yeah, PB and Cora don't remember anything really about them. Just like very forgettable and not very liked. And Jal is rememberable, but in the worst way for me. It's if you ever get a chance, look up that romance scene. It's fucking weird. Like it just
I
haunts
think
my
I
mind.
remember parts of it, and I'm just like, yeah, this is weird. No thanks. I don't want to watch it again. But yeah, it was like surprisingly much more balanced. And I'm actually surprised that there was a lot of balance for like the Mass Effect 2 characters because they're, I know there's a large range, but it's the only it's the only game that has its unique characters in every tier.
Yeah.
Now, granted, that's just a result of
It has so
having
many characters.
so many fucking characters. But I think it's really interesting that it's such a well well fleshed out game that it has all of these characters kind of in a very balanced nature, because it's not just Garrus and Tally pulling the heavy lifting. It's there's all like a lot of the new characters are pulling their weight, and there are some that are kind of just kind of just there, and then there's Jacob, who Carl considers a war crime, but he I feel like it did such a good job with its characters, and it's a very, and this is why I love Mass Effect 2 very much, is because it is very character focused, whereas Mass Effect 1 is very focused on the interplanetary like world building and the introduction of the threat of the Reapers and making sure that you realize how bad this could be. And Mass Effect 3 is very much the reaching its apex of conflict. Mass Effect 2 is very much its own kind of compartmentalized story of how this slow descent into the Reaper conflict is actually affecting like everyday people, and getting into we need to do what must be done with a a widely varied cast of characters. It's a very much more grounded story that I very much got into, because I'm very character focused in stories. Like for me, like the plot kind of needs to be a little clinical, in like it needs to make sense and it needs to follow the rules that it sets up. But I very much, if I don't get into like the characters themselves, I'm very much going to be kind of disassociated from the game, and I'm not going to be very much into what's going on. And
Right.
I think Mass Effect 2 does this perfectly. You know,
No,
uh,
I agree.
there is one thing, before we close up, that I did want to bring up that I very much liked, about Mass Effect 3. That, just to throw Neo a bone here. Uh,
Yay.
um, in Mass Effect 1 and 2, it's the Normandy always felt kind of sterile to me, where the characters, it kind of feels like they exist solely for you to interact with them, rather than it being like its own kind of encapsulated world, with characters who are functioning within it. And this is something that Mass Effect 3 did exceptionally well, where the characters are kind of doing their own thing, or interacting with each other, are trying to learn about each other, or like swapping war stories. Or you have that obnoxious fucking VI in Liara's room who doesn't fucking stop talking. Uh, it feels like real. And then you have like the little fun little like adventures that like happen in there, like like the little parties that happen, or Liara not Liara Tally getting absolutely shit faced in the Normandy bar, and
Yep.
is talking about the emergency
Emergency
induction
induction
ports.
port. Yep.
um
Yeah, I was
it,
shocked when I went into the reactor room or whatever, wherever Garrus does his
yeah.
calibrations, and found him and Tally were very close. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I did not expect to see something like that.
Yeah, and that's where Mass Effect 3 shines with me, because it feels like the ship feels organic, like it's actually a community.
Mm-hmm.
Because you would think that would happen, like it's the end of the world, we don't got much time left, we're probably going to die. You might as well kind of air out the grievances, and air out the pent up feelings, and actually communicate with each other, or just hook up, in the case of like James with everything that moves. He needs to go into the dumpster where he belongs, fucking piece of shit. But it's like with Tally and Garrus, it felt very like it felt actually real, because they've been on so many adventures together. They're just like, like they've been through so much together, you would actually like expect them to form some sort of bond
Yes.
in that, in that kind of trying time. And I love how they diffuse the situation, you know uh, because it is embarrassing they got caught, and Garrus, very much in character, kind of babbles and kind of stumbles through his words, and Tally just gives the smart ass remark of, I was just using you for your body. And it was a fun little thing that the game didn't need to do, that it did anyway, and I love it for it. And I do believe that Mass Effect 3 is a very underrated game by the fan base. I will say that in my opinion it is the weakest, but it there are a lot of things that it does right, and there are a lot of things that it frankly does the best, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
Sorry for the word vomit.
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
No argument from me for me.
Yes. So yeah, with that being said, thank you everyone for stopping by, JM and Neo, thank you for doing this with me.
That was fun.
I really did enjoy this, and I might actually go and play the Mass Effect trilogy now after this.
I haven't
I
like I said, I haven't played
too many
the
games to get
campaigns
through.
in a very long time, so I'm looking forward to playing through it again at some point on the Legendary Edition, which I haven't played yet, but I am looking forward to playing it at some point.
Legendary
Yeah.
Edition is fantastic. Because
It
I
is.
replayed it about 2 years ago, and I'm probably due for another go around.
I haven't played them on PlayStation, so that's why I kind of want to go through and maybe just go add the platinum trophies with my achievements.
It functions very well.
My
You
one
guys
gripe with
just
the
have to
Legendary
tell me
Edition
how
is it's
to
3
set
games,
up.
but it's not 3,000 gamer score. It's like 2945, some stupid amount.
Something weird like that.
gross. You guys need to show me how to set up Mass Effect 3 multiplayer if I even have it.
I am always happy to do that. I will actually. Well, I mean, this is pre-recorded, but I'm planning on doing a Mass Effect Monday this upcoming Monday. If you want to join me,
I will not be here. I'll be in Florida.
that's right.
Yeah, I very much will not be around because you know me. I work 2 jobs, so
Legendary
Mondays
Edition
are a
has
bad day.
2,915 gamer scores. Like it's 3 games, make it 3,000 gamer scores. Stupid.
That's
Yeah.
On Xbox, it's currently on sale for $6.
Steal.
6. How many hours of content is that? Like 100 hours of content?
It says
Yeah.
completion estimate of 120 to 150 hours.
150, like a maximum 150 hours for $6 is a steal.
And it's good content too.
And it is
Very
probably,
replayability, too.
in my opinion, probably the best sci-fi game trilogy that will probably ever exist.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so with that being said, everyone, like I said, please leave a like and a comment. A small sacrifice to the algorithm god helps this channel grow and keeps us honest. And let us know what your favorite Mass Effect characters are. Give us some more in-depth detail and input as well. We look forward to it as well. With that being said, Neo, do you want to plug something so people can find you? I'll have your channel linked and everything. I know JM doesn't really stream as much anymore, but hopefully he'll be coming around a little bit more often to hang out with us.
Yeah, it'd be great. I would love to get him on for an open mic sometime if he can fit it in his schedule. But come check out my channel, Nerdy Neo. It's basically everything is video game focused. I typically do top 5 and party chat on alternating Tuesdays. Top 5, we rank our top 5 favorite of whatever the topic is. Party chat. Carl's one of my co-hosts here, and Ryan, and we get a guest on. We just talk about some fun video game topics. And then Thursday nights, I typically do an open mic. We're gonna have a guest on. We just talk video games. And then every Monday, I do every Monday I do Metroidvania Monday because that's my favorite genre, and I've been playing through Metroid games, and I'm almost at the end of Metroid series before I move on to other non-Metroidvanias, but I'm currently in Metroid Prime 3. And then the first thing I'm going to be playing after I'm done with the Metroid franchise is I'm going to be playing Prince of Persia Lost Crown. I'm very much looking forward to playing that game. But yeah, I do that every Monday. And then once a month, I typically do a Mass Effect Monday where I play Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, and anyone is welcome to join me.
All right, cool. So yeah, with that being said, everyone, thank you for listening. This is going to be a super long grind, but we appreciate you all coming for the ride. And until next time, have a good one.
Game on.
See you.